I'd like to call this meeting to order. Does this work? Are our mics working? Is it working? There it is. Very good. But we need the lights on. Okay, we're practicing for the eclipse, right? Okay, right. Okay, I'd like to call this meeting to order. This is the second evening of our City of Bloomington budget hearings, and we have the following departments in the order of the Police Department, Police Pension, Fire Department, Fire Pension, Public Transit, and then Utilities for this evening. So to begin, let's begin with Police Department. Chief Dieckhoff, would you like to begin?
Yes, thank you. Good evening. I'm Mike Dieckhoff. I'm the police chief here in Bloomington. I'd like to start and go through my PowerPoint presentation and present the 2018 budget presentation to you. Why we exist. This is the mission statement for the police department. The mission of the Bloomington Police Department is to safeguard life and property while respecting diversity, encouraging civility, solving problems, and maintaining a high standard of individual integrity and professionalism. Thought I would update you on our 2017 budget goals that were presented last year. So our first goal is to increase the community's sense of safety. It's a basic right for everybody. Lights on. Where we're at on some of our goals, we've conducted 3 neighborhood surveys to gauge community opinions. Our community engagement is up 9% at this time over last year, and our social media contacts are up 60%. And we use Facebook. We have a couple Facebook pages. We have Twitter, Instagram, and there was one more. It's something to do with pictures. I'm not sure what it is.
Snapchat? You got Snapchat?
No, YouTube. We have a YouTube channel also. So, yeah. Accreditation. We are in the process that the Commission on Accreditation for Law Enforcement Agencies has. It's a professional organization. There are roughly about 5% of all law enforcement agencies in the country that are accredited. There's roughly, I think, 15 or 16 in Indiana that are accredited. So we had a mock assessment that was completed in July of this year, and we are on track for full accreditation to receive that in the summer of 2018. And the accreditation process is a thorough review of policies and procedures, and you base those on model policies, and they review all of our policies and send actual assessors to do a full assessment, which we anticipate will probably be the spring of 2018. 21st Century Policing Report. I'm sure all of you are familiar with the report that was issued under the Obama administration. It's a way to encourage discussions on police reform, build trust between the police and public, and implement recommendations from national experts on policing. And we completed that in the first quarter of this year. We had the Board of Safety review, and they actually endorsed our report in December of 2016. We've had several community meetings that reviewed the report, and we presented what we had done. We completed that in the first quarter of 2017 and implemented the recommendations from that report also at the end of the first quarter of 2017. Crime analysis data to set goals for crime reduction. Crime reduction obviously is very important for a community. It helps with the economic vitality, builds that sense of safety. So what we have been doing for a couple of years is we are using data to analyze the crime and come up with strategies on how to address that. So we have internal weekly meetings where we discuss current crime trends and come up with patrol strategies. We've directed foot patrols and downtown patrols based on data to reduce crime. And year-to-date at this point over last year, our Part 1 crimes in total are down 3.4%. And those Part 1 crimes are from the Uniform Crime Report. Central Emergency Dispatch is the main public safety answering point for all 911 calls and all calls to public safety agencies in the county. Those operations were combined. If you remember, the city had a portion and the county had a portion, and in January of 2017, we combined those, and all those employees became city employees. Our total dispatch transaction time from when the call comes in until it's dispatched is, the time average is 1 minute and 48 seconds. And of the over 35,000 911 calls that we answer, our goal was to answer those in 5 seconds or less, and we've done that 99.2% of the time. Records, this is usually the first point of contact if someone has the need to contact the police department. They answer our non-emergency calls for service. They direct them to the appropriate divisions. They're also responsible for the production and maintenance and storage of all police reports and crime data. And so obviously it's important that we strive for accuracy, so that's one of our goals was to make sure that we do reviews of our reports, and our data accuracy has increased by 18%. One of the things we do also is online reporting, which allows someone to file a police report through the website. And so we push that on a lot of minor stuff. And so those numbers are up 48% over last year. And one of the other goals that we've tried to accomplish is to reduce, not to reduce public information requests, but to reduce the amount of time we spend on it. So we've published a lot of our data on the Be Clear portal. And so statistical information requests that we have received are actually down 10% because that information is already available and people can just go to the Be Clear portal and get that for themselves. Parking enforcement is under the police department. Our goal is to provide orderly management of street parking in the downtown area and in residential neighborhoods, and to provide for safe crossings at our elementary schools. We are happy to report that we have had 0 school crossing safety-related incidents, so obviously we want to continue that as our goal for next year to make sure that everybody's safe at school crossings. Lastly, in the 2017 update is the category administration, financial, and maintenance. Those are kind of the behind-the-scenes stuff. So in my office is all the financial part, which we are in compliance with the city's financial policy manual. The maintenance of our buildings and facilities are well maintained and cleaned, so we've accomplished that goal. Get into some of the 2018 activity descriptions. So they're basically the same activities as 2017. So increase the community's sense of safety. So what we're looking to do in 2018 is host quarterly crime prevention seminars with the community, where we can provide a location where everyone can come together and we can talk about crime prevention efforts and give tips and information out to try to make Bloomington safer. We want to increase our engagement opportunities by 7% next year over what our totals will be at the end of 2017. And we're also looking to implement recommendations from the Safety, Civility, and Justice Task Force to address the illegal behavior that we've been experiencing downtown. Accreditation. In the first quarter of 2018, we hope to have a community forum to discuss basically what accreditation is and the process that we've gone through so that the community can ask questions about that, and obviously then obtain our accreditation by the summer of 2018. Crime analysis data to set goals for crime reduction. We will continue to do neighborhood surveys and take information from the citywide survey and use that information internally and shape our patrol strategies. So we look for people to contact us with their problems and concerns so that we can figure out ways to tweak how we might patrol a neighborhood or work with neighborhoods so that we can keep crime reduced. And then the other goal is to track and increase our crime prevention efforts by 10% over current levels. Dispatch. Again, there are nationally recognized standards through the Insurance Service Office, which is ISO. The fire department talks about ISO a lot. And through the National Emergency Number Association, which is NENA, it's the 911 kind of or overseeing agency that monitors that, and make sure that our transaction times, our dispatch transaction times meet or exceed those nationally recognized standards. Records. We're always looking for ways to make it easier for the public to be able to report crime, so we're researching a business-only online reporting system. A lot of time businesses need to report something maybe just for insurance purposes, and so we're trying to figure out a way, working with IT, to come up with a system that will make it easier for businesses who may not need to see a police officer, but they just need to get a report. So we're working on that. The big thing for 2018 will be the implementation of the National Incident-Based Reporting System. It's called NIBRS. It's required by state and federal guidelines, and it's to basically replace the Uniform Crime Report. And our goal is to have that done by the fourth quarter of 2018. Parking enforcement. Obviously, we're going to continue to track and ensure safety measures around school crossings. We're going to establish a Facebook presence for parking enforcement. We think that would be a great way to get out education and information about parking in neighborhoods and downtown. So we're going to work on that, and we're always striving to have meter failure rates for 2% or less. Lastly is the administration, financial, and maintenance for 2018. We're going to continue to comply with the city's financial policy manual. We are working on creating baseline measurements to figure out the average amount of time an officer spends on a task. That might sound easy to do, but it's quite difficult because there's a lot of things that go into a police call. So we're going to try to put together a system where we can do that and track how we spend our time on calls to make sure that we're doing it the most efficient way possible. And lastly, we're going to implement an equipment replacement schedule so that we can mitigate long-term cost. Frequently, if something happens like our radios this year, we ended up using reversion money and buying all new radios for the officers. They were at the end of their useful life, and so we have taken major pieces of equipment that we issue to our officers and have worked up replacement schedules so that we can do it in a more uniform fashion so that it's not a one-time big expense every few years. So now we'll get into the actual line item budget. Category 1, personnel services. Our request is for $10,934,322. It's an increase of $344,370, or 3.25%. We are asking for 2 new officer positions for 2018. Those would be sworn police officers that would be out patrolling. We are asking for a civilian position. It's an accreditation/community outreach program manager. Currently, we have a sergeant that is our accreditation manager. If we would get this position, then we will put that sergeant back basically doing what most people consider police functions. He's still doing police functions, but he's in an administrative role right now. So that would give us another person that we could use in that area. We do a lot of community outreach. We have those responsibilities spread amongst several of our supervisors and officers, so it would be taking those responsibilities and kind of combining them into a civilian position so that we can free up the sworn officers to do more typical police-related stuff. And lastly, we are asking for 6 new dispatch positions. Dispatch is funded with the Public Safety Lit. We are asking for 6 positions. Dispatch is woefully understaffed. There are national standards that are based on call volume, time off, averages of sick time, all those things combined to come up with a number of personnel that you need. This will get us closer to that number, but it is a very stressful job. We are in a situation where if one person takes off, it automatically puts us into overtime. So this will make things a lot less stressful for the employees. We also firmly believe that it will give us better coverage, and we'll be able to do more with different staffing models so that we can have the most efficient dispatch center that we can. Category 2 supplies, the request is for $506,390. It's an increase of $128,709. It's a 34% increase. A large chunk of that is for fuel. It's an increase of $39,680 in line 224. Line 234, other repairs and maintenance, there's a decrease of $7,150. Most of that has to do with radio repairs because we've replaced our radios this year and we don't anticipate the repairs and they're under warranty. And then in line 242, other supplies, it's an increase of $33,401. Part of that is for a replacement program for some of the equipment I was talking about earlier, and it's also for additional community engagement materials. In line 243, it's an increase of $62,300, and this all is with new officer uniforms and replacement officer hire uniforms, and to replace ballistic vests that we issue to every officer and are required to maintain by state law. Category 3 is other services and charges. The request is for $746,457. It's an increase of $28,476 or 4%. Line 316 is instruction. It increases by $5,000. Starting in, I believe, November, the Indiana Law Enforcement Academy will now start charging departments to send officers for the basic training, where in past years they did not charge, but that is that's something they're doing because of the state budget. So we will have to start paying for that. Line 323 is travel. It's an increase of $13,350. A lot of that goes to the Indiana Law Enforcement Academy expenses and for the CALIA certification process through the accreditation. Continuing in line 364, hardware and software maintenance, it increases $49,322. The bulk of that increase is surrounding the fees that it's going to take to comply with the NIBRS requirement that the state and federal government is requiring. Line 399, other services and charges, there's an increase of $17,210, and this is based upon many service contracts that we have for software and hardware, those increases and the additional expenses for the accreditation process. Category 4, capital improvements, the request is of $604,000, and that's for vehicle replacement and for remodeling the building at the training center, the police training center. This is the line item budget summaries. So our total request is for $12,187,169. It's an increase of $501,555 or 4.29% increase. This is the budget summary for the public safety lit, and it is a $4,534,317, and that's the total. This is the budget summary for police ed. If you'll remember that police ed money is in a fund that is that the council budgets, but it's in a separate fund, not in the general fund, and it's a non-reverting fund that has money in it, and there's sufficient funds to do the increase. This is the dispatch training budget. This is the parking meter fund. In the parking meter fund this year is the $100,000 that we have used as grant money for our downtown resource officer program. That was moved out and put into this fund this year. And as you know, those are grants that we provide to social service agencies that partner with the police department to deal with people who might be experiencing homelessness, addictions, and things like that. This is police pension that the controller gets to present. And this is the conclusion. Thank you for considering our 2018 budget request. And at this point, I would be happy to answer any questions you might have.
Thank you, Chief Diekoff, for your presentation. Are there questions from council? Councilmember Chopra.
I see that we're spending more than last year, but how much of that additional spending is due to PS Lit money?
I'll have to give you the exact number, but it was a considerable amount got moved from lit to the general fund due to the cost of capital. As you remember, we committed to purchasing capital first out of our PS Lit money. There was an increase in both budgets, primarily a $1.3 million piece of fire equipment that Chief Moore will talk about. So expenses got transferred back. I'll have to get you the exact amount.
There's
guess-
a large chunk of that money that's going towards the vehicles. So it's replacing 14 of our current fleet, and then we are adding one additional car for the additional personnel.
Okay. So are we, and I'll just be my follow-up, and then I can ask more later. Are we truly seeing an increase in public safety spending as a result of the tax increase?
Oh, absolutely.
Or are we simply shifting?
No, absolutely increase in spending. All of the capital dollars, there was no budget for that. So the last 2 years, we've made significant investments in capital for both police and fire. We now have the police department on a regular replacement schedule of, I think, every three years now. And we're hoping over time to actually come up with 5 to 10 pool cars, because right now, if a car goes down and needs service, they don't have a replacement. So it's definitely increased spending.
Thank you.
Very good. Councilmember Piedmont Smith.
Yes, my question, my first question is also about the PS Lit. So in the Fund 151 Public Safety Lit, in the worksheet, you do have salaries and wages. Is this for the dispatch?
Yes, that's for the dispatch. That's the only salary and wages in the PS Lit budget.
Okay, so the PS Lit budget sheet that we're looking at is only for dispatch? Or does it include the PS Lit funds that come to the city of Bloomington aside from what we give to the dispatch?
It should just be, the budget sheet should just be dispatch itself.
Okay,
And that is made up, I can give you, if you'll give me just a second. The PS Lit budget is broken down into, as we said, 3 components. Dispatch, and dispatch is funded with $2.875 million in lit and $863,000 in E911 funds. And that's their entire budget. In the police department, all PS lit, $794,000, all for equipment and construction. And the fire department, $1.653 million, all for equipment. The largest piece being our largest truck at $1.3 million.
so the funds that are not for central dispatch, are they reflected in the general fund worksheet?
The amounts that I just gave you we should have budget sheets for those. If they're not in, we'll get those for you.
Okay, so I see general fund, public safety, 151 with the wages, police education, dispatch training, parking meter, pension. So no, we do not have a worksheet for that.
We'll get it broken out for you.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you. Councilmember Sturbaum.
Yes, I was wondering if you map where the most arrests or calls are coming from? Like if you had a map of the city, are there
We do.
special hot points?
Yeah, we do. We frequently look at that every week when we have our crime analysis meeting, so we can figure out our patrol strategies. But we can map basically anything that we track. So we track all of our calls, we track all of the crimes, all of that information can be mapped.
right?
And so yes, we do.
I'd be interested in seeing that map, and just off the top of your head, where are the problems? Are we generally talking about
So,
homeless issue as far as
well,
the majority
it
of
depends on the time
arrests?
of year. So when school is in session, we can see we call them hotspot mapping. We can see that the downtown bar areas are popular spots. Some of the larger student apartment complexes are hotspots. And then, and again, it depends upon what you're mapping. So if you look at, let's say, you map disturbance calls, those are going to be mostly in your downtown area. If you map burglaries, those could be all over the place. So it depends on what the crime is. If you did just a general map of all the crimes, it's going to look like a big blob. So you try to break out what you're looking for and map those things. So to give you a specific answer is hard to do because it just really depends upon what the crime is and the time of year, because things can look different at different times of the year.
Right. Do you have a large calling for around the Shalom Center and that neighborhood in particular?
We have had an uptick this year, especially in calls in that area. What we have done is we have placed additional patrols down there. We've taken some of we hired this summer some part-time IU officers to help us with additional patrol hours downtown. We've moved them at times to down in that neighborhood to try to lessen some of the problems. We have made several arrests, drug arrests down there, so we're hoping that we are making some impact down there with what we're doing, but we do track that, and we currently are watching that very closely.
Right. Would you agree with the HT that it's a crisis, that we're really having a homeless crisis in the city of Bloomington?
We've had our challenges. I'm not, I don't want to argue with how the newspaper writes their headlines. I'll just say we've had our challenges.
Right. And do you end up pulling more officers into the downtown area, and does that take them away from other duties they have?
We have pulled more people into the downtown area, and we kind of base our patrol strategies on priorities, and that's been a priority this year. So, for instance, if you look at traffic stops, for instance, our traffic stops are down some because that's not a higher priority right now as dealing with some of the issues downtown. So we've put additional resources. Like I said earlier, we were able to hire IU part-time officers to work for us to do patrolling in the Kirkwood area. That's been a huge benefit. We've continued to have downtown patrols that our officers work. So, we've had parking enforcement out more in that area to help monitor the situation and report things to us. So, we police based on priorities, and that was a high priority this summer.
Right. So the statistics that compared comparable communities, we seem to be tied for last on staffing per capita. Did you see that too?
Yes, that's true, but there's a lot of things that go into that. You look at crime rates and stuff, and our crime rates tend to be lower than other communities. So there's a lot that goes into that. And when we look at that, we base public safety kind of on a lot of variables. We've had a lot of success with our downtown outreach officers that a lot of departments don't have specialty units like that. And so they've been a big help in trying to combat some of the problems we've been having this summer. We were able to deploy part-time officers that have helped. So there's a lot that goes into that. I'd love to have more officers, but I'm a realist also, and having spent 9 years on the council prior to being police chief, know there's only so much money to go around. And so we're just one piece of the puzzle. So we partner with people. We try to do other things to satisfy what we need to do to get things done and make the community safe. So.
And is there kind of an
Councilmember
understanding?
Sturbaum, could I interrupt?
Please do.
Let's have some first-round questions, and then we'll come back. So if you would
Sure.
just reserve your thought for the moment.
Happy to
I
wait.
believe it's Councilmember Volin and then Granger. Councilmember Volin, please.
As I said last night, I won't be asking many questions. I plan to ask them in writing. But there's one that just, I feel like I have to ask now. In light of the events of this weekend in Charlottesville, it's a city very close to ours. There are people who believe that police forces in other cities have different responses depending on who's doing the protesting. Can you talk a little bit about how you would handle such an incident here? Would the police pull back from a demonstration that might turn violent? Would they get involved? How might they get involved? I don't even know how to phrase the question. I just know that Charlottesville's on everybody's mind, and you're here tonight addressing the police department budget.
So I think you have to approach each situation differently. One approach fits all, I don't believe works. So obviously in a situation like that where the potential for violence, in my opinion, would be high, you need to have a visible presence. Again, I'm not that familiar with the planning that went into Charlottesville, but that.
Maybe I should phrase it a different way. You see in one city where there were Black Lives Matter protests, there was police in full riot gear, whereas in Charlottesville, there was a white nationalist demonstration, and the police held back. That's the charge that's being thrown at the Charlottesville police. I don't know how to ask a question beyond that. Like,
Yeah,
how would
so-
we handle that?
So, without
Either of
going
those.
into specifics, those are situations that we certainly have thought about. If we had something like that here, obviously we would work with our other law enforcement partners to come up with an approach and a response that I think would be appropriate. It's not one of those, I think, types of a law enforcement approach that you want to, be hidden, because that just allows trouble to brew. Clearly, I think that there would need to be a police presence, and I think that that is something that, along with our other law enforcement partners in this county and from the state, that we would have an appropriate response to that. Clearly, there are some types of protests and demonstrations that a police presence might not be as appropriate, but I think something where there's a potential for violence, I think that that's important, that you have that visible police presence to try to make sure that everyone knows that the police are there and will respond.
Do you think our permitting processes for having such a demonstration, no matter who the demonstrator is, are they sufficient? Are they problematic? Do they give the police doubt as to how to manage it, or do we not even have permitting?
Well, we have a pretty good permitting process here. A lot of agencies, the police, fire department, a lot of agencies are involved in that process. You could submit a permit for 20 people and have 500 show up. So you always have to prepare, because you just don't know what's going to happen. I've seen things where organizers have lost control of their events, and so you have to put all that into play when you start planning these things. I'm confident, though, that we would have an appropriate response that you can never tell if it's going to turn violent, and if it does, you do your best to control it. And so I'm not going to sit here and say that there would be no violence, because I can't say that. But I'm confident that with working with all of our county partners, state partners, that we would be able to assemble something that that would work.
Thank you.
Councilmember Granger.
Thank you. During our PS Lit hearings, you had talked about asking for, I thought, 9 positions, 6 were dispatch, 2 were police officers, and 1 was a white shirt?
No, one is a civilian position.
Oh, okay, okay. Thank you. So that's what you're asking here?
Yes. The civilian position will assume the duties of sworn officers right now
Yeah,
to free them
okay.
up to do more traditional police things.
Thank you.
Any more first-round questions before we go to second round? Councilmember Ruff has one.
So this may just be speculation, but I really would like to hear your thoughts, just based on your extensive experience and your innovative program ideas you've had over time. But basically, would you say that an additional officer buys the community the same ratio of public safety, regardless of whether you're going from 20 officers to 30 officers or 90 officers to 100 officers, or, you see what I'm saying? Or does adding officers sometimes allow changes and strategies that actually would get us more than a simple straight ratio of one more officer increment of public safety, basically?
Yes to both. I think we've been pretty innovative in some of the programming that we've come up with. As I said, I'd love to have more because there's a lot of different, I think, programs we could experiment with. But we're looking at, public safety and kind of a bigger picture. And some of those, like with the social media, we've done a lot of stuff with community outreach and social media. And we've had a little bit of civilian support doing that and more sworn support doing that. And so we're going to kind of reverse that because the sworn officers get busy doing other things. And so if we have a civilian position for like the accreditation and community outreach program manager position, that would be their job. It wouldn't be a responsibility of that would be their job. So, looking at things like that and experimenting, I think we can do a lot with that, as far as community safety and outreach. So those are the types of things that we're wanting to look at. Our call volume fluctuates, but the thing I have to remind you all also is, we currently are down 11 positions. We're authorized 100, but we're down 11 people. We've got 4 people. We got 4 openings. We have 4 people who are in the FTO program, which is our field training program. So they're brand new employees going through training. So we can't really use them yet on the street. And I have 3 people who are on light duty because they've been injured. And so when we get those numbers back, that's a significant increase to the police department. So those coupled with the new positions, that's gonna have an impact on our operations. So I don't know if I answered your question.
Well, and just one quick follow-up with something you just mentioned, which was, so are we always, though, down at any given time? We're just generally down?
Well, I think any organization, especially an organization our size, we're always going to be down. It's been, the last year has been kind of hard on us because we've had a lot of people retire. We've had people go to other departments. We've had a lot of injuries. So those things, they take a toll on your numbers. It's a lengthy process to hire a police officer. If we hire someone that is not already certified, they have to go to the Law Enforcement Academy, which is 14, 16 weeks. Then there's a 16-week field training program. So it takes a while. And so, but that's why we try to be really aggressive with our recruiting and hiring process so that we always have a pool of applicants that we can choose from when we have an opening. We try to fill those as quick as we can.
Thank you.
Thanks. I'm going to slip in a question. I anticipating hiring 2 new officers, Chief Dieckhoff. I know that you're already constrained in terms of space, and you're in no doubt probably going to be adding more personnel in the future. What are your space needs at this point? Or is it?
So we are. I mean,
Yeah.
when we brought parking enforcement over, That was a space requirement that we didn't really have and we made. But in the next, I've had conversations with the mayor's office about long-term where we need to start actually looking and thinking about a new location. But, you know, it's something that's going to take time. But I know in the next, I think, couple years, there's as the Switchyard Park gets built out, the old train station office is going to be for the police department. So we will look at what types of things we can move out of our current building and put down there that will work well with the park and have that access and interaction with patrons of the park.
I see. So if I'm hearing you, you're anticipating at some point moving as opposed to renovating or expanding your existing facility?
We're having the discussions.
I see.
don't know, I'm not an engineer or a contractor, so I don't know what could be done to our current building. We've pretty much carved out any closet that we can find to make an office in the current building. So, you know, again, it's with anything, as we would grow, you know, there's more vehicles, there's more space. You know, we've tried to create a situation where the police car is the officer's office and use technology so that they can pretty much do almost anything in the car. So they don't necessarily have to come back to the department to do stuff. And so those are the types of things that we're looking at. The renovation of the old train station office, that I think will be a plus for us because we'll be able to use that space for different things. So we're having very, very early talks about that. And so I don't know how that'll play out. I don't know if it would be a remodel of the current location or a new location. Those are things that we haven't gotten to yet.
I see. Thank you. Okay, well, let's go to second round. Councilmember Chopra is next.
Yes, so this is a good segue to one of my first questions, which is you mentioned remodeling at the training center. What
Yes.
does that entail?
So that building is 10, 11, 12 years old now. The way we've approached training is changing some. So the classroom down there is one large classroom. So what we're looking at doing is figuring out a way maybe to divide that so we had two smaller classrooms. We're also looking at adding a section on the back of it that would provide a space where we could do defensive tactics. We're going to move the weight room that we currently have in the basement of the police department down there so that we can convert that space into office space. And the one thing that when we built the building, we didn't have adequate restroom facilities. So we're gonna have to add some restroom facilities at that location too.
Okay. A second question about your facilities. I wanted to bring it up as well. Is it a disappointment that that's not a bigger part of your budget this year, or is it?
The facility needs?
Yes.
We've
I mean, this
done
isn't a new problem.
I'm sorry?
This isn't a new
No, but we've you know, I think like everybody, I mean, we continue to grow and our space needs change, but you know, we've really focused on technology in the cars that allow the officers to do more on the street. You know, there's lots of positives to that. You know, and as we talk about our space needs, you know, the training center was a huge thing when we built it, you know, 10, 12 years ago. It's just we're trying to readapt that place so that it's more functional. It's very functional as it is, but there's things we need to do. You know, we can there's some places down we can convert into some office space to move people out and put them down there and free up more space. The fire chief and I have talked about long-range plans for that location where there would actually be more people staffed down there. I think he's looking at some office space possibly down there. I'll let him talk about that. But our facility needs are, you know, we're keeping up on things. It's like anything. When, you know, we bring somebody new on, and it's like, it might work better if this is an office. And so we've done a lot of that remodeling. It works. If we have big increases in personnel, then we'll have to talk about that, because parking enforcement basically has two offices. And so but then again, they're not spending that much time in the building. They're out writing parking tickets. So I'm not disappointed in our facility needs. I mean, we just need to make sure that we're talking and planning for the future, which is what we're doing.
If I may, I do have some personnel questions, which is what you're sort of mentioning towards the end there. Only 2 new officers. I was hoping for more, and that's based on last year's discussion of a recommendation for a certain percentage of officers per resident ratio. Obviously, our population is going up. Where does that get us to the recommendation yet? Because I bet it doesn't.
Well, again, as I said earlier, there's a lot of things that go into those numbers, and just looking at the numbers alone, I'm not sure that's the best way to do it. And the other thing I think you have to remember is, it would be difficult for us to hire a lot of people. So, what I would like to do is we need to replace the current positions we have, and that's what we're working on doing, and getting people out of training. Working on that, and there's a lot of other things that go into staffing for public safety. And so having a big picture approach to this versus just looking at numbers, no, it doesn't get us to those numbers, but it's, again, I'd like to have a lot more people, but I'm also very familiar that we are one piece of the puzzle, and there's a lot that goes into that. There's a lot that goes into public safety other than just police officers. And so the mayor has been very supportive of public safety, and this is a very, I think, generous budget request that as far as personnel goes. So to just base it on numbers and percentages, you have to be careful with that, because, again, as I stated before, our crime rate, if you look at it's lower than a lot of those communities that are in those surveys. So there's just a lot that goes into it.
I guess my question stems from a sort of an underground rumbling that our officers are just tired and we need more people. So I wanted to address that.
Being down those 11 positions, when those are filled, that's going to be a big help. Adding 2 officers is going to be a big help. And so that would be 13 more people on the street. So, we have those 11 funded. We're asking for 2 more. So that's an additional 13 people on the street that we don't currently have.
I have one last question. Do you want me to do it now or later?
Go for it.
Okay, thank you.
Get it done.
It's a personnel question about dispatch. You said that'll get us closer, but not quite where we need to be?
Yeah, so we currently have 23 full-time dispatchers, and then we have 2 administrative positions that fill in. Mm-hmm. So adding 6 gets us to 29. The kind of the ballpark figure that national standards talk about are 34 for a center our size. So based upon everything that we see and know about our center, the 6 are going to be a huge help to relieving the stress, helping with the call volumes, and also just with the staffing of the dispatch center is such that that in and of itself causes a lot of stress for the employees. So having 6 more people, that's actually 2 more dispatchers per shift. And so that puts, if you look at a 24-hour a day, 7-day-a-week schedule, it's usually 3 rotations on a schedule. So that gets us 2 of the 3 people for a full rotation. So the 6 is going to be a huge help.
Councilmember Piedmont Smith.
I think Councilmember Sandberg had a question, and she hadn't had a first round, so I will cede to her if I may.
Okay, let's do that then.
Thank you.
Councilmember Sandberg, please.
With respect to, you say you have 4 openings currently, and you're down kind of 11 for one reason or another. I want to ask a question about who's coming through the recruiting system. Is it getting harder to recruit good officers? And I will preface my question by saying that one of the things I really respect about your department is I do believe that you have well-trained people who are very disciplined, and they really do have a high level of integrity. So just talk to me a little bit about the current culture of how you recruit new officers. Is it getting harder?
Yeah, it is getting harder. We just are at the kind of the tail end of a hiring process, and we had really low numbers. Policing has changed over the last couple of years, whereas nationwide, fewer and fewer people are interested in being a police officer.
Is it salary?
There's a lot of things that go into it. Salary, the nationwide sentiment about police hasn't been real positive. And so, every night when you turn on the news and you see police involved in something, people just don't want to do that. And so that's been a big struggle for us for recruiting, but we're not the only place. That's happening nationwide.
Okay.
And so, with the salary study, that's one of the things they're looking at. Many years ago, we boosted the salary of entry-level positions because we found that we were at kind of the bottom of the range. And so that is something that I've talked with the administration about, and they're supportive of looking at that to see what we can do. And that's one of the things that the salary study is looking at. Is those entry-level salaries. So hopefully that will help. All the investments that we're making in equipment, that is a big thing. The amount of training that we do is a huge draw. We do a lot more training than a lot of police departments do, so that is a big draw. So there's a lot of positives about coming to work here. But there's a big thing is just kind of the nationwide sentiment about policing.
Right, so you probably have competition from other municipalities who maybe pay a little higher or have
We
a
do,
little more
and we've
incentive.
lost officers to other agencies that pay more. So
Okay, thank you. Something to think about.
Councilmember Piedmont Smith.
Yes, if the Shalom Center extends its hours to the weekend, would you be able to have additional downtown resource officers in that area?
possibly, I can't say for certain because the resource officer, it just depends on who's working. I only have 6 resource officers, so it depends on if they're working or not. But obviously, that is something that we will pay attention to. And I've heard the concerns of the people who live in the neighborhood that they have a lot more problems when Shalom Center is open. And that's when we've tried to have additional patrols down there. And so obviously, if they extend their hours, that is something that we will definitely pay attention to and make sure that we can try to keep problems to a minimum when they're open.
Have you made a decision yet as to whether one of the new officers will become a downtown resource officer?
I have not made that decision yet, no.
Okay. I have other questions, if I may.
Sure, go ahead.
I see there's a 20% increase in fuel.
Yes.
Why is that? It doesn't seem like fuel prices have increased that much.
Well, we're adding a vehicle to the fleet. We have had a lot of overtime assignments, and so it's just requiring more use of the vehicles, which requires more fuel.
Okay.
And again, these are also estimates that we get from fleet on our fuel needs, so they track all of that, and they kind of say this is how much fuel you need.
Can't we expect less overtime when the new officers are hired and the 11 current officers are put back on the streets?
Well, certainly if we're at full staff, yes, we should anticipate less overtime.
Good. And just on that point, you mentioned just a few minutes ago that we would have a total of 13 more officers on duty, but wouldn't it be 14 because the officer who's currently handling accreditation is going to go back?
You're correct, it would be 14, you're correct.
Okay, so that's good. There's a high increase for hardware and software maintenance in your general fund budget. Could you explain that a little bit?
Hang on. So we have a lot of software programs that have kind of expensive maintenance contracts. Let me find the area. Yeah, I found it. So one of the biggest increases is adding the NIBRS, which is the National Incident-Based Reporting System, which is the conversion of the UCR to NIBRS, which is required by state and federal mandates. That's the biggest percentage of that increase in that.
So
in
it's
that
a new
line.
reporting system? You have to switch from one
Yes.
reporting system to another?
Yes, it's a new system that we'll have to switch to.
I see, okay. And then lastly, I'd like to ask how our parking meters are doing. We kind of got the impression over the last few years that we purchased a lemon and that the whole set of them is just conking out way too early. Do you have an update on that?
I'll let the controller answer that question.
Okay.
Both our office and legal has been working closely with the police department to monitor and, sorry, I'll pull it up closer. We've been working together to monitor how available systems are, the parking meter systems. We are not where we'd like to be. We would like to be at 2%. We are more than that. So we continue to work with the current vendor. However, you may have noticed in my budget, under strategic plans, parking meter was one of the things that we'll be looking at and looking at alternatives as part of when we do the parking study. Parking meters will be a part of that, and either looking at different systems that might be replacements or even some different mixture of different types of parking activities where it may be more park mobile, it may be kiosks, but we want to study that and come forward with the best solution. But we're not satisfied with where we're at. We continue to work with the vendor, but at some point, we'll have to make a decision whether to continue or to move to a different solution.
Okay, yeah, that's definitely going to be a cost-benefit analysis that's
Yes.
ongoing.
All right.
What?
Were you finished?
Yeah, I
Councilmember
was.
Piedmont Smith? Thank you.
Point of information, I just want to know, 2% of what period? 2% of meters fail, how often?
It's a running average, so we can monitor how often and how long. So the meters are 24 hours. So
But you're replacing 2% of meters every month, every year?
more than that, there's downtime. So our downtime is greater than 2%. If a meter's not functioning, then we're not making
We call it
any
meter
revenue.
failure rate.
Right, so, but that's, in other
There
words,
you go.
at any given time, 2% of meters are not working?
That's correct.
I see, thank you.
Councilmember Sturbaum, you had a question quite a while ago.
Would we be correct in thinking of this 3 new officers as part of maybe a 3-year plan to get 10 more total? I mean, I like to think of it that way, that maybe we can't put them all together now, but we can sort of commit to building each year the way we're doing this year.
You know, I've had conversations with the administration, and they're very committed to public safety, and there have been discussions about, you know, I would struggle to hire a bunch of people at one time. So we've had those discussions about looking at this each year to figure out the plan we need to put in place to address our public safety needs. So, but the mayor and the administration have been very supportive, and you know, I don't see that changing either. So.
Right. And secondly, I understood that part of the method really of getting the homeless problem off of Kirkwood and the park was actually arresting people for illegal behavior. Is that correct?
Yeah, so when the mayor started talking about all the issues downtown, you know, what he said and what I've said is we're going to address the bad behavior, the illegal behavior, and that's what we've done. You know, we've made several drug arrests. We've made a lot of intoxication arrests, alcohol types arrests, but you know, this is a population that struggles with addictions issues and mental health issues, and so you know, making arrest isn't always the best thing to do. So, but those who commit criminal acts, we're going to do that, and so we were having a lot of issues with drug dealing. We believe that's what contributed probably pretty significantly to a lot of the overdose problems we've had. And so we focused on that. We still have overdoses. Not all of them go through the police department, so I don't know total numbers. But you know, anecdotally, we have seen kind of a decrease in the overdoses since we've been more present downtown. We certainly have, I think, experienced a lot less of the fighting, the aggressive behavior because of our presence downtown. You know, one of the things that we did with anybody that we came in contact with that had overdosed is we issued citations to try to get them into the system to see what resources that the criminal justice system could provide to dealing with their addictions issues, and to kind of give us a better way to track these individuals. So that was a big focus, was addressing the illegal behavior, and that's what we did. I think Kirkwood today is a much better place than it was at the beginning of the summer because of those actions.
Right. And this is a little outside the city, but I've talked to a judge who said there's just no place to put so many of these arrested individuals, and they have to prioritize how dangerous they are so that, you know, some of these less dangerous to the public crimes, it's more of a catch and release issue. So it isn't like you can do that everywhere because there just isn't a place to put them. Is that the
That's
case?
very
And-
true. We have an overcrowded jail. We have so if we go out and arrest someone for something very minor, they're not going to stay in jail because there's just not the space. You know, we have much more serious and violent people incarcerated locally, and so that's what happens. So we try to find alternatives to arrest, but sometimes you just have to make an arrest.
Right.
And so,
Are you aware of any county actions to expand the capacity in any way?
of the jail,
Yeah.
that's a very, very expensive proposition, and I'm not involved in any of those talks.
Haven't heard any of
I
that
have not.
going on. Okay, well, thank you.
Councilmember Granger.
Thank you. You talked about $604,000 for vehicle replacement and building remodeling. How many vehicles are you talking about replacing?
15.
Thank you.
It's 14 of the current vehicles, and we're adding one to the fleet.
Oh, so the new one is in this right here.
Yes, it's in the capital, yes.
Thank you.
Thank you. Are there any other questions from council? Okay, seeing none, I'd like to go to the public on the police department budget. If you have a comment, please step to the microphone and state your name for the record.
Good evening. My name is Bob Costello. I'm here tonight as the president of the Kirkwood Community Association. These are some of the members of our organization. We are an organization of Bloomington citizens and local business owners who came together out of a mutual concern for the safety of our citizens, our families, our employees, and our patrons. With the help of the mayor's office, the one-woman show of Beverly Callender Anderson, the Bloomington Parks and Recs Department, the Bloomington Police Department, we've made great strides recently in reestablishing People's Park as a park for all people. It is and still remains our belief that this could not have been achieved without the significant contribution and assistance of the Bloomington Police Department under the leadership of Chief Dekoff. He has graciously listened to our concerns and, with the assistance of the mayor's office, added the needed police presence in the park as well as the Kirkwood corridor. The conversations have not always been pretty, but they have been fruitful, and for that, we thank Bloomington Police Department and Chief Dekoff for the work that you do every day to make our community a safe and civil one. But we are not just here tonight to express our gratitude. We are also here to express our concern with tonight's proposed police budget, specifically the lack of new police officers. Last year, I sat through freshman orientation at the University of South Carolina with my daughter, and I listened to the police chief of USC inform us that for 34,000 students, they had 95 full-time police officers, and that the city of Columbia, with a population of 120,000 people, had 331 full-time police officers. It got me thinking about the safety of my daughter in that community and leaving her there. It also got me thinking about my own community and how many officers we have within our community keep us safe and our citizens civil. So we did a little bit of research, and as a group we talked about it as well. Indiana University, for 48,000 students, has 44 full-time officers. And our community of 85,000 residents has 95 officers. We decided to look further, and timing is everything, because Abby Tonsing of the Herald Times came out with an article on August 6th, which cited the Uniform Crime Report to the FBI, which said Bloomington has one of the lowest numbers of officers for 1,000 citizens at 1.1 officers per 1,000 citizens. This FBI report does not take into account the additional 48,000 students, of which close to 2/3 live off campus. In the city of Bloomington, at any one time, we only have 8 officers on duty at a time. These are the same 8 officers who answer all of our noise complaints, our food truck violations, our overdoses, our domestic violence calls, our theft calls, our public intoxication calls. I don't know how you feel about that, but I don't feel particularly safe with those numbers. When the Downtown Safety, Civility, and Justice Task Force recommended more police officers, we don't think an increase of 3 officers is what they had in mind. We are here today to remind the City Council what good can be accomplished in our community with an increased police presence. We are here to strongly and urgently ask you to show your desire for a safe and civil city by recommending that the administration increase the number of police officers to 130 officers, which is the minimum national recommendation for our population. We come to this recommendation, and have come to this recommendation, by looking at staffing in similar-sized college communities. We're here today to ask you if we can, we're here today to ask you if we can do this together, and if we can also do what we say. Thank you for your time tonight, and I will open up the microphone to any of the other community members that are here to speak. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Costello. If anyone else has additional comments, please.
I'm Susan Bright, co-owner of Nick's English Hut, and I do our finances, and I've watched the last 2 summers previous to this one decline, and I can directly correlate the decline to the vagrant activity dissuading customers into our business. I've also looked at the last spring semester of IU's session, and we also had a decline in activity in our late night, which is 11 to 1 o'clock, 2 o'clock. And we're not the only bar that's having this decrease of activity. Customers, patrons, our staff, they don't care to get assaulted when they leave their place of libations or their place of work. And we fund a lot of things that go on in the city. Our taxes pay for some of these revenues, and I just really urge you to seek out what Bob just read and increase the police officer force, we directly see a increase in camaraderie when we see them in our neighborhood. It brings morale up for our staff. Our customers are starting to come back out of the woodwork. I see it increasing in our sales just in the last month, and it's just a little bit, and every little bit helps. Thank you.
Thank you.
Hi, I'm Talisha Kopic with Downtown Bloomington and the Monroe Convention Center, and it's essential that we keep our downtown safe and clean, and it's dramatic, the transformation from last summer to this summer of being able to sit on the park, walk comfortably on Kirkwood, smiles on people's faces, actually having meetings or events at the park. It's just, it's transformed. And so I think that means everybody working together really does work, that it's not insurmountable, that our community can take on big challenges and work on them one by one, which Chief Dekoff and the police department have taken this whole issue apart and made personal contacts with a multitude of different entities to kind of get in control of the situation. And I mean, it's amazing that the group of businesses on Kirkwood and downtown have come together to work on it as well and bring their insight. We have a lot of young people behind the counters, and they, need help and protection, as well as our customers walking on the street and our residents and our visitors, just to take pride in our community. So we support resources for the police department, the fire department, the other departments that are working to better our city. And thank you, City Council. Thank you.
Thank you for your comment.
Hi, my name is Gabe Coleman. I am a business owner in downtown Bloomington. I'm a member of the Kirkwood Association, and I've had the opportunity to speak with, I think, all of the council individually about a number of my concerns, which largely related to what I perceive to be escalation. Over 9 years of being downtown, seeing each year getting worse as far as violence and public intoxication and a degradation of our public spaces through a number of different issues. And I say this having hosed off my sidewalk of just about every conceivable bodily fluid you can think of. In the past month, since the police have increased their presence downtown and really gotten creative about their approach to being present, I have noticed a dramatic decrease, a de-escalation that is really a breath of fresh air. I wanted to share that with you today because I feel like this administration and our police department have gone out of their way to try and approach this truly to their mantra of we cannot arrest our way out of this situation. Now, that being said, the police can and have disrupted a very visible, oddly present drug trade in the downtown area. And when the mayor addressed the community for the second time at the end of July, he pointed out that in June we had 45 reported overdoses in our community and largely in our downtown area, and for July we had 15 reported overdoses. And I hope to see that trend decrease, and I do believe that the police presence, just purely being present downtown, has had an impact on that. I would just briefly like to encourage Councilman Sturbaum and anybody on the council that wants to talk about this. When we come together to talk about this, we don't refer to it as a homelessness problem. Calling it a problem relating to homelessness creates divisiveness to it that has, in my experience, stopped the conversation from moving forward. We talk about it as a mental health and addiction issue, and I think addressing it as a mental health and addiction issue will really maintain and keep this impact we're having going forward. So thank you so much for your time. I encourage you to listen to the Chief of Police and give him what he needs to keep these initiatives happening downtown. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Coleman.
My name is Peg Farrell. I live at 750 South Walnut, 3 doors down from the Shalom Center. I highly encourage you to increase whatever police presence you deem necessary. The chief answering your question to saying possibly we could get another officer down there is unacceptable to me. You guys have all gotten an email from me, you know what we're dealing with down there. We are just people living in a neighborhood. And it has become increasingly difficult to live there. And your questions to me, and the map up there shows you that there's been an increased number of incidences down around and inside, not inside the Shalom Center, but certainly right outside the Shalom Center. I don't feel safe living in my home. I've lived there for 27 years. I know that some of my neighbors are talking about becoming armed. So I highly encourage you to vote for an increased presence. I highly encourage you to block the mayor's agenda for extending the hours down there all over the weekend. That's the only time that we get any peace. And I, for one, feel as if I have the right to feel safe in my own home. So I just thank you for your time.
Thank you, Ms. Farrell.
Hello, my name is Nargis Nuri, and I'm a
Could
property
you
owner.
please pull your microphone a little closer?
Sure.
Thank you.
My name is Nargis Nuri. Is that better? And I am in the eye of the storm, right across the street from the Shalom Center. For the past 7 years, things have gotten worse, but I have been under the impression that we're dealing with homeless. I've been under the impression that we're dealing with the people who are dealing with mental issues. But within the past 2 weeks, I've been doing my research, and I find out the majority of people that are hanging out there, these are ex-cons, these are child molesters that are being freed from the prison system and sent down to our neighborhood. Things were bad, but once Kirkwood got cleaned up, it got a lot worse in our neighborhood. And personally, I used to want to ask you to please not extend the hours of the Shalom Center, but at this moment, I want the Shalom Center moved. I do not feel my tenants are comfortable, they're not safe. I don't feel safe when I go there to work. I'm threatened every time I go there. There's a gentleman that just got arrested on Friday afternoon. He's threatening me every time he sees me that he's going to burn my properties down. And I did not take him serious all this time, except last Friday. I felt very threatened. I ask all of you guys just to come down to our little area. I know you have received many emails from me. I've sent you pictures. I've sent you videos of overdoses. That's just to let you know what we're dealing with. And to me, this is not being against anyone or any group of people. This is about we in a neighborhood deserve to feel safe. And having a daytime resource center, which is not a shelter, is not serving the purpose. The mayor tells us that these people need a place to go on the weekends. Yes, they do. But personally, I think they need a place to go at nighttime, really. That's when they're not going to be homeless any longer. So extending the hours for the weekend is just going to hurt us. I'm honest with all my tenants. I tell them that, hey, the Shalom Center is across the street, but guess what? You have the weekends for yourself. You don't have to worry about them. And they do get harassed constantly. You cannot walk to the house without someone harassing you. And my last issue, I guess, is maybe something silly for you guys, but I do want to question, what is it about the sidewalks? When it's time to clean up the snow and the ice, they're my property, they're my responsibility. But when it comes to people loitering, doing drugs, having sex on the sidewalk next to my house, then it becomes public property, and I cannot tell these people to get off. We have 20 of them that just hang out there. These are young, healthy people that are just hanging out there. So I don't think these are necessarily homeless people. I think we're dealing with a lot of criminals. Personally, if it was up to me, I would double the amount of officers we have in Bloomington, because other communities our size do not have our issues. No other community in Indiana gets the amount of ex-cons that are delivered to their back door. But that is my personal opinion, and thank you for your time.
Thank you.
Good evening, Ann Bono with the Greater Bloomington Chamber of Commerce. I'm here, I'm the Director of Advocacy and Public Policy at the Chamber. We represent over 860 members in the Greater Bloomington area. First, we just want to thank the Police Department and especially Chief Dekoff for all that they've done to increase the safety and civility in our downtown area. Their proposal tonight is a start, but we just want to point to the Downtown Safety, Civility, and Justice Task Force recommendation that was for 19 new employees. It included 10 officers, 6 dispatch, and 3 civilians. So we feel like tonight is a start, but it's very important to look at a multi-year plan to properly address the staffing of our police department and bring it up to the task force recommendations. Thank you.
Thank you. Are there any other comments from the public? Yes, please.
Hi. My name is Will Thomas. I was invited to this meeting with Harsel from Harsel Ice Cream. And I just sit and listen. My son is a police officer. I think he might be one of the 8 that they was talking about. So I feel like this is the best time for me to say what's on my mind. He worked overtime all the time. He's got 2 kids at home, a 2-year-old and a 9-month-old. He's third shift, and he has to call me every morning when he gets off work because I want to know if he made it through the night. And he's not allowed to work on Sunday because his wife don't want to do no overtime on Sunday. But it's hard for me to sleep at night knowing my son is out there that time of night. So I think if they had more police officers, he wouldn't have to work so much. Just wanted to say that. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Thomas. Any other comment from the public? Okay, let's come back to council, and I think we may have more questions. Is that correct? Yeah, comment. Any other questions? Comment? Okay. Then we'll begin with Councilmember Chopra.
Thank everyone every single person who came and spoke today. That was, it was powerful to hear all the different voices asking for more funds for our public safety for so many different reasons. I was going to make this comment before you spoke, but it makes it that much more important to me after I did hear you speak this evening. If you have to chop departments, the police department and the fire department is probably the last ones to go. They're the most important in my mind for a great city. And I know from last year that we were not at the correct ratio or the recommended ratio for officers for our population, and I was hoping that we would see more officers this year, but there's just no way that 2 more officers gets us there. And for all the reasons you spoke about, from our current personnel to all of the issues that we're dealing with, not to mention that, when there's concentrated issues for our officers, they're less available for the other areas, obviously. I would like to see more than 2 additional police officers, and I want to explore where that can come from. I was actually really hoping this year for the PS Lit funds to be dedicated to our police department because so much of it was afforded to the fire department last year. And now I think that we're already on like a two-year commitment to the dispatch center, which I do think is important because I called dispatch within the last 3 months and it took like a minute for someone to answer. It was crazy. Anyway, so that being said, if there's one department of our city that's going to be even just up to par, because I don't think we're up to par. We're not at we're at an acceptable level, but we're not at the recommendation. So we're not excelling in that area as far as our personnel. And if there's one department where we want to do that, it should be the police and fire departments and our public safety departments. We're going to hear from our parks department later, for example, and we're going to hear about all the amazing things that are probably coming to Switchyard Park, which, believe me, I'm very excited about. I'm not excited about a dog park because I don't like that kind of thing. So what I'm trying to say is, could we do without a dog park? could we do without a dog park or an amphitheater or something for a year or two until we get this solved? So my focus before we do approve a budget is to see if we can squeeze out some more officers for our community. Thank you again, everyone, for your comments.
Councilmember Volin?
I started in 2004, and at the time, Mayor Kruzan pointed out that we had 84 sworn officers, and it may not have been that year, might have been the year after that. But this council was asked to help the department increase to 100 full-time officers. My understanding is that we reached 100 a few years ago, and that 95, which was cited by Mr. Costello, isn't quite right. We are, again, and I'm happy to be corrected, we have 100 full-time, we're willing to pay for 100 full-time officers, and with this budget, we're going to increase it by at least 3 by default, because the one position we're hiring will allow another sworn officer to go out onto the street. There is not a lack of willingness among anyone in this room or anyone I know to fund the police. But you've heard Chief Dieckhoff say what the real problem is. We can't keep officers. We can't hire them fast enough. We are a department that trains our police department well, our police officers well, but they get attracted to other places where they might pay more, or we just can't find people fast enough to fill the holes. We heard Chief Dieckhoff say tonight that we have 11 openings out of 100 officers. So effectively, we're back to where we were staffed more than 10 years ago. So I want to make sure everyone understands that it's not for a lack of desire. Everyone wants there to be a greater, but I mean, I also think that the testimony we're hearing about what's happening to the Shalom Center and what happened on Kirkwood before the police started meeting in the park is sort of a leading indicator of that problem. Because we can't actually staff the positions we're willing to pay for, we have this problem. Because we can't control the people who are being sent down here, it adds to our burden. You know, we are, in short, in the throes of problems beyond our control. We're doing the best we can, but I mean, what good is it for us to increase the amount of money increase the number of officers on the street or employed by the police force if we can't find people to fill those positions? So it's a fascinating problem to me, one that I don't have an answer for at the moment. I also want to point out that while the numbers in Columbia are astounding to me, and I'd love to find out more about you know, why they have so many officers, whether that actually is sworn officers or total staff of police. I will say that the 48,000 students at IU, at least 4,000 to 5,000 of those are high school students who are getting credit and are not physically present here. Those numbers started changing about four years ago when IU started counting those. So there aren't quite as many warm bodies here as that number implies. And I do want to verify that I've been told that there's 44 officers in the IUPD, but I also wonder if that number is accurate too. Might be actually a little bit lower. But we have traditionally lumped together, at least I'll change that. I personally, in order to think about how many officers we have here, I add together IUPD and BPD, even though they're operated by different departments. Because that 85,000 figure of the Bloomington population includes IU students, includes them. And I can't say, I mean, it looks like South Carolina the university is in the city of Columbia, so I think their population includes it as well. But I like to think that effectively we have 140 some officers serving the entire area. It's not the same as being under a single jurisdiction, but that's a different issue. So I don't think that the problem is quite as dire as the merchants in Kirkwood made it out to be with their statistics. I certainly take their point, and I agree wholeheartedly with them. I just want to say that let's focus on the actual problem, which is what Chief Dieckhoff said. And what he said pretty much every time he's gotten up and spoken at budget time, that they, are challenged to find and keep officers, that we're constantly trying to hire officers. I also want to point out that he said on a number of occasions, training takes time. And even if they wanted to, they couldn't hire 10 officers at once. I certainly think that we ought to commit to another program where over the next several years, we should be increasing by at least 2 officers a year. That was the pace that happened in the previous administration. We increased by 2 officers a year till we got to 100 officers. But I want to make sure everyone knows that damned if we're not trying. We have been trying the whole time. It's the most consistent thing I've heard from Chief Dieckhoff for 13 years. So I just want to give them credit for it. Let's understand, Mayor Hamilton talks about data. It's really important we get this data right. And this is the most important aspect of the data that everyone needs to know about the police department. And if there's anything I said that's wrong, please correct me. How am I doing, Chief? You doing okay? All right, you did not put me up to this. This is just years of experience listening to him explain the basics. So let's keep that in mind. Thank you.
Councilmember Sandberg.
Thank you. Clearly, one of the most important tasks we have here as council members and as an administration is to provide for the public safety. I have a background in social services, and this is such a multi-pronged problem that we're dealing with in the community. I've had the opportunity to briefly serve Judge Kellum's called together a justice task force to talk about the strains in the jails and all the different programs that he envisions that could be a part of the solution. Mayor Hamilton and myself, along with Chief Dieckhoff, recently met with Indiana officials with the Department of Corrections because we've got some issues there we need to deal with. We clearly have neighborhood concerns with some of the, as we make advances in the downtown in making sure that illegal, unlawful, unsavory behaviors are not happening there, they are being moved to other parts of the city. So we've got a moving problem, we've got an unusual problem, we've got an opioid crisis throughout the nation, certainly here. We're going to be having a summit in September to deal with that. So this is a community that is dealing with our public safety issues on a number of fronts, but I would concur that our police department is one of the most important players. And I think they do it incredibly well with the resources they have and being creative. And again, I'll go back to my premise. This is a very respectful department. I think law enforcement is not about enforcement. It's about keeping the peace. And I think our officers under the direction of Chief Dieckhoff do that very well. I certainly am in support of adding more resources because again, may I thank all of you who came out to speak to this. This is so rare that we actually have public comment on what I consider one of our most important functions, and that's deciding where do we put our resources. They're limited. There are only so many pieces of the pie we can distribute. That said, this is a critical piece, and when the public comes out like you have tonight to talk about it, when you talk about your son, one of the reasons why I'd like to see an increase in police and our emergency responders is the pressures on these individuals, and maybe that's why we're having a hard time recruiting new officers, because of the amount of hours they have to work and the really uncomfortable conditions. Think about it. I mean, what's happened on our Kirkwood streets, that's not pleasant when I hear Mr. Coleman talk about what he has to do to hose off his sidewalk in the morning. You know, police officers are dealing with some of the ugliest behaviors in our community, and for that we owe them our respect, we owe them the resources so we can offer them proper equipment, time off, time to rejuvenate themselves, and so for that alone, I'm willing to add to our departments to the best of our ability with our limited resources. But again, my thanks to all of you for being here. I'm certainly in full support of public safety. This budget, wish we could do more, and that includes for our wonderful fire department as well. Thank you.
Thank you, Councilmember Sandberg. Councilmember Granger.
Thank you. I said this last year because I think Chief was talking about starting the accreditation process, and I'm just really proud of our department that we will achieve this accreditation this summer or this fall. It is a rigorous process, and it is something that we can be proud of, and it says something about our department and what we're doing with the resources that we have. So thank you, congratulations on that. Last year, I also said that I was one who wanted to increase our officers with the department. I do hear the chief's concerns about the training requirements, the keeping the force up, and what happens when we have injuries, et cetera. But I still think it's something that we need to be working toward. If people want it, the community want it, I think it is needed, and we just have to figure out how to do it. I am in full support of these 3 positions that we've got, plus dispatch. But again, I don't want us to stop there. I wholeheartedly support this budget. Thank you.
Thank you. Councilmember Piedmont Smith.
Yes, I appreciate everybody who spoke today. As Councilmember Sandberg said, we normally don't get a lot of public input, even though this is a very important process we're going through. You know, the problems in our community and that we've seen come to a fore in our downtown this summer cannot be addressed only through policing. We need better mental health services. We need addiction services. We need to have a conversation with other law enforcement and corrections entities in our region about bringing people here, or recommending people come here. We need better job connections, linking people up with jobs that they qualify for. We need more affordable housing. We need more programs to relieve jail overcrowding. This is a very complex issue, and I'm sure the people who spoke in favor of more police officers realize that. Police officers are just part of a holistic solution that we as a community need to pursue. I do support the request of 3 new positions, which will result in 3 new officers on the street. But I think we really need to look at the other aspects of the problems that we faced as well. And I know that we have a couple of addiction treatment centers that will be opening or have opened recently here in Bloomington. And we have a summit coming up September 28th on opioid addiction. We have members of the mayor's administration and the council that have been looking at affordable living and how to increase opportunities for people who find it hard to live in Bloomington because of housing and other costs. And I know people at the county level are looking at the jail overcrowding issue. I mean, this is a really crisis point because legally we are exceeding the numbers we are allowed to have in jail. So it's a very difficult set of problems, and I think that let's not lose sight of that. So let's, all the people who are concerned about it and who spoke about it, let's keep talking about other ways in which we can help the people in our community who have called People's Park their home in the past. So I also hear the neighbors of Shalom Center. As a matter of fact, I'm meeting with some of them on Friday with a couple of other council members. And I do think we need to address the neighborhood safety issues there. I don't want to put one label on all the people in Shalom or all the people that hang out outside Shalom. I think in any socioeconomic group, there are going to be people who behave badly. In this case, they just do it in public in front of people's homes. And I think as a community, we have a responsibility to try to alleviate that problem. So complex issue, but as far as the police chief's budget, I am fully in support. Thank you.
Thank you. Other council comment? Councilmember Sturbaum.
Yes, I agree with all the complexity, and I've been agonizing about it for years, like everyone who cares about the community. But we live now, and I am going to use the word crisis. It's a crisis if it's your business. If it's a crisis if you're afraid to go downtown. It's a crisis if you don't think you can go to your own neighborhood park and feel comfortable. It's a crisis when it happens to you. If it's a crisis if you don't feel safe in your own home. And we do need police to take care of lawlessness, and we do need police to take care of people who are behaving badly. And the obvious conclusion that more police presence discourages bad behavior, makes people feel safer, makes them feel their community's taking care of them. That is how it works. And we've kind of grown up about this problem. We've felt bad about it, we've agonized about it, we've wanted to help, we wanted to do this and that. But ultimately, the bad behavior just has to be taken care of, and people have to enforce that, and those people are our police. And that's a dangerous job. It's a difficult job. It's a job that takes a lot of courage to go out there and face that every day, every night. And we're so indebted to them, but we also need to staff better. We need more people so that we have people on the street. We have people that aren't tired. We have a community thinking, oh yeah, I see my police out here. I feel safe. I feel better. I feel comfortable. So it's a start. I'd like to see a lot more, but I'm committing to seeing more and more increase in more police, just because we've grown, we need more help, and anybody that's watching is knowing that something's happening in this community. And we'll talk about this next year, and we'll say, did it get better? Did it get worse? Did we just move it? Is it going into a park in my neighborhood? Is it going, where are the problems going to develop? So we need to take it very seriously, and I think the police are understaffed, but I think we'll have to take it a year at a time. Anyway, my chance to say thank you to all the officers who are serving in this city. Thank you very much for that.
Other council comment? Okay. I'd like to just add so many good comments. Thank you for coming and sharing your experiences. Know that this is a preview of the budget, and so we'll receive a recommendation. I'll be passing this evening because I am concerned about staffing. We'll be hearing the budget again on September 27th, and then we'll be hearing it on October 11th for adoption. So we'll be reviewing all parts of the budget, but in my case, particularly this subject, because we have a principal responsibility on the Council of Health, Safety, and Welfare of the community. Just anecdotally, visiting neighborhood meetings, I've been told by people that they don't want to go downtown any longer. And that really concerns me, because we have a vibrant downtown, we have a downtown that is a wonderful place, a community asset that has taken on a lot of investment and a lot of participation by the community to make it what it is, and I'm concerned about it being compromised. I also heard at a neighborhood meeting from a police officer who clearly was overstressed and had so much to do, and the aspect of what's occurring on Kirkwood and downtown and elsewhere was clearly affecting her morale. She was kind enough to come to the meeting, to the neighborhood meeting, but she was pressed about this topic, and she opened up and shared a bit about it, and then was hurriedly, she then went back to her patrol duties. So I want to take this very seriously, and I'm very concerned. I wonder if we have the resources that we need. I appreciate Chief Dieckhoff's, former council member, Chief Dieckhoff's presentation, and I trust what he says. I know he's a professional, and he knows the community very well, and he knows his needs, so I don't want to second-guess that, but I am concerned, and I want to make sure that we have the resources that we need for public safety for the community. So,
Mr. Chair?
do we have yes, Councilman Ruff?
I'd like to just add a quick comment.
Sure.
And I think I probably speak for other council members when I say this. Voting yes on this recommendation on the budget, the police department budget tonight, doesn't mean that I'm not interested and wouldn't be willing to consider a budget proposal between now and the final budget that has a larger number of new officers or additional resources into the police department. Just want to make that clear. Some may choose to pass for that reason tonight. Some may vote yes, but certainly being open to changes when the budget comes back to us. That's all. Thank you.
Thank you for that clarification. Do we have a recommendation on this department's budget?
Move to pass.
Second.
Okay, let's begin on my right.
Pass.
Yes.
Pass.
Yes.
Pass.
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 Yes.
Oh, gosh. Did someone keep count?
That's 305. 305.
3 yes and 5 passes. Thank you very much for coming this evening. We'll now move on to the police pension, I believe, and Mr. Underwood, you'll be presenting.
Jeff Underwood, City Controller. I'll be very brief. We have, all of our police and fire are covered under the Police and Fire 77 plan. And prior to that, we had our own police and fire pensions. We continue to administer the plan for those individuals. However, we get reimbursed by the state for that a year behind. So we have healthy reserves in both plans, and we get our information from the state and from the pension secretaries at the police and fire department about what anticipated payments will be for those retirees and survivors. Eventually, that plan will run out, and all payments will be made through the state pension fund. Happy to answer any questions.
Thank you, Mr. Underwood. Are there questions from council for the controller on this subject?
No?
Did you have a question, ma'am? Okay, seeing none, we'll go to the public on the police pension budget. Seeing no public comment, back to council for final comment or recommendation. Yes, Councilman Granger.
I just want to thank you, Mr. Underwood, for being so succinct and to the point and just moving this meeting right along.
Pass. Second.
Okay, we have a do-pass recommendation in a second. I'll begin on my left.
Yes.
Yes.
Pass.
Yes.
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 701. Thank you, Mr. Underwood. Moving to our next department budget, the fire department, Chief Moore. Welcome.
Thank you. Good evening, Jason Moore, Fire Chief for City of Bloomington. First off, I want to thank you for your time. Last year, with less than 3 months on this department, I came into this having to make a lot of really big decisions. I had to stand here in front of you and tell you all the things that I saw wrong. And I really want to let you know that I'm really honored and humbled now to understand the weight of this position. And part of this is I'm in a very unique position right now to tell you our vision for the fire department. And that vision's broken down into a few parts. Last year, where we were, what we've done so far with the money that you gave us last year, and what we want to do and where we're heading, and that'll come in the form of our 2018 budget presentation. So why do we exist? I could read this to you, but I'm going to tell you right now. I exist to make this community safer. Our entire department exists to give you superb fire prevention, public education, and when you do have an emergency, for us to provide a professional response to that emergency that minimizes the loss, saves lives, and helps protect. That comes with the trusted officials and the first-rate training and the top quality equipment, which is what we've been here asking for last year, and we're going to be asking for again this year. Our budget goal update, I think this is really important. The few pictures you see here are actually a lot more telling than what you believe. We came to you and said we needed to replace outdated and unreliable equipment. So far in 2017, and the controller can attest, we've had no problem spending the money that you allocated for us. We have new gear. You can see on that first picture the new BFD logo on the back of our black gear. This is very significant for us in the fact that when I got here, the biggest thing I noticed was I had holes in gear. I had a lot of problems. We had gear that hasn't been replaced within the 10-year manufacturer recommendations, and now you'll see this brand new gear. It is state-of-the-art, top quality, and it's for a bargain price because we're now buying a lot of it instead of requiring members to buy their own. The next picture you see is the self-contained breathing apparatus. This is what protects our airway. This is what allows us to enter into these situations. And through your generosity and the taxpayer generosity, we were able to replace all of these last year. That goes along with the mask that you see. And this is something that I feel is important. Last year, Councilmember Volan kind of grilled me a little bit about our thermal imaging technology. This is now available on every firefighter's mask. We are the first department in the nation to provide this, and because, again, bulk pricing really was not a huge difference. What this does is allow us to search rooms faster, locate people that we may not have seen before, see hazards, and really maintain our situational awareness. Again, it's a huge improvement to what we came from. And in the middle there, you're going to see one of our newer probationary firefighters with a huge smile on his face. I didn't see a lot of those kind of smiles when I got here. I had a lot of complaints, I had a lot of disgruntled employees, upset about equipment, and now you're starting to see things like this in our department. The pride is returning, and we're seeing a lot of improvements and a lot of pride and passion. I also told you that I wanted to test some hybrid service delivery models. The mayor was very explicit when I was hired that he is welcome to trying things, even if they fail. He did mention if we're going to try things to fail cheap. And by doing this particular hybrid service delivery model, where you see the white vehicle in front, we're running it as Squad 1. This is a small response vehicle to handle a majority of our emergency medical calls. This is my vehicle, my take-home vehicle that I gave up for the test. I'm using one of the pool vehicles, and I'm more than happy to do it. So far, using spare equipment, temporary crew reassignments, this has been virtually no cost to try. But it's already starting to show results. As of right now, it's showing about a 35% reduction in our response time. This vehicle makes it around downtown really easily, and it doesn't have to worry about bridge height restrictions that the larger vehicles have to. And I would also like to point out that on some of our several fires that we've had in the past, this gives us additional safety precautions of a safety officer and accountability officer that did not exist prior to this test. Last year, I told you that we wanted to ensure that we had one community contact with every business every year. I'm here to tell you that I know we will fail on this goal, but you had to set a goal to know how far away from that goal you were. The reason we set this goal, which as of today, we're about 38% of our goal and a little over half of the year, is that it is not only a requirement for ISO to get full points that you're doing all this, but it's also shown with national statistics that it will help reduce your community loss for fire. I can't say I'll prevent every fire, but if we do this properly, if we do have fires, we should be able to reduce the percentage of loss that comes from that fire. Another major goal, and this is one that we're very proud of, because this one actually took everybody in my department to reach, is our annual training requirements. When I got here, we were sitting well below what I would consider appropriate levels of training. Throughout the 2016 year, we got people in the idea of this needs to happen. And by 2017, not only have we reached that goal, we exceeded. And as you can see on the graph, I know it's kind of small, but the red line shows where we have to be, and the bars that are always exceeding above that. What this represents to us is that we have now reached the level of being what I consider a professional fire department. We make sure that we stay on top of all of our skills, everything from cutting people out of cars, rescues, live fire. a lot of this stuff is really important. So far in 2017, we're a little over, almost near 30,000 hours of training. And I want to put this in perspective for you. In the entire year of 2016, we only had 23,000 hours of training. And this is directly from our membership embracing this and taking this change. So now I want to get into 2018. Where are we going to go? What are we going to do with the money that we're asking for? This picture tells more than what I can describe in words. It's not mine. Number one, I think everyone can recognize it's the wrong color. Very thankful for our partners in the county. But one of the biggest things I'm going to be coming to asking for this year is a replacement for Truck 1. That is our 100-foot aerial, and it is a high sticker price, $1.3 million. The only reason this picture shows that blue truck instead of one of our beautiful red trucks is because ours was out of service at the time. We had to ask for additional help on this fire. But getting into our goals, continuing the replacement of outdated and unreliable equipment. We set apart a path of a apparatus replacement program. We're well into that. So far, we've already replaced several engines and ordered others. And again, we've already talked about some of the other equipment. I want to increase employee safety. We started on a journey together by forming a safety compliance committee, and we're looking at two major standards. OSHA, which is kind of a general standard for anything that has an industrial area. And then we also want to start looking at some of the National Fire Protection Association standards. First step, OSHA. It's the low-hanging fruit, something that's easier to reach. I'm going to come to you and explain to you the budget request of how we need to make our employees safer, and that's part of this commitment to this process. We want to complete an internal assessment for accreditation. When you talk about it, it's not only a sticker, it's not only a badge of honor that you've reached that level. For the fire department, this assessment includes about 600 points that we have to meet or agree to meet or have a plan to meet. For us to say that the accreditation is right for us today, I can't do that. What I do want to do is do the assessment and understand how far away we are and if it is right for us. And then, as always, following along with the mayor's agenda, using data to correct our operational deficiencies. In my activity of fire prevention, and this goes along with a few touchy points people have gotten into in the past, reducing false alarm calls by 3% per year. I had a question as whether or not 3% was an appropriate level to reduce it by. And I want to go ahead and tell you that from 2015 to 2016, with some of the initiatives we've already taken, I have seen an 8.5% decrease in our IU false alarms and a 7.7% overall decrease. That was from some rather significant changes, and all we can do is make incremental changes. I think 3% is obtainable, and I think through some strict enforcement and other ways that we have to do this, that's going to be an obtainable goal. I want to improve public perception of our department and prevention programs. Following the city survey that we received, no shock, and I know that other department members may get mad, but fire department was well loved. But I looked at it as I saw two quadrants in the city that did not love us as much. So I want to really try to apply a little bit extra effort in those, the northwest and the southwest quadrants of the city to show that we actually do care about the entire city. And if it comes down to applying extra effort so they feel the love as well, that's the direction we would like to head. In 2018, I want to install 500 more smoke detectors in this city. This year in 2017, we used a radical approach, go figure, using a lot of data. And through the help of IU Informatics, we're able to analyze our risk pattern for the city. It basically created a heat map of areas that needed smoke detectors based upon a lot of factors that were built by a company that partners with the American Red Cross. We want to continue to work towards that making prevention-related contact with every business every year. And another thing that we really found out is this department's kind of been disconnected with the school system. We want to reconnect, and we want to make sure that we have at least one prevention activity in every K through 12 school per year. Obviously, if we can reach more, then that's what we want to do, but got to start somewhere. For training and education, we want to continue to meet all of our national standards, and now here comes the tough part. Just meeting the standards is not good enough for me, and it's not good enough for our department. We want to add what we call a prescriptive training cycle. Prescriptive, if you kind of think about it, it's like a prescription. You get it when there's something wrong. Right now, we're at the maintain level. Prescriptive training starts reevaluating our calls, looking at what we could be doing better, identifying issues through EMS reports, saying that maybe we didn't do what we should have, or we didn't do what we should have as well as we could have, and we want to make sure that we go that above and beyond. For me, the prescriptive training will align our shifts, it'll align our different crews, and it'll help align some of the departments in this area so that we can all function at the same level. We want to help establish a countywide interoperability training. This is something that came to light this year, but it's something that has been important, and with my perspective of being in a large area where all departments were interoperable and interchangeable, this was a key factor in us really kind of maximizing the resources we have. And then again, Chief Dieckhoff kind of talked about it, but the public safety training site development. How can we better use what we have? In investigations, we've actually done fairly well. Last year, we reached out to a lot of state partners, but we want to continue. And it's a very small number in relation to my overall budget, but we are making a large increase, being able to connect our investigators, inspectors with peer networks. And again, we want to evaluate a county-wide investigation team to determine its feasibility. If something's been brought to our attention, and with our level of resources, we would definitely love to help with that. And then the final thing with that is extending the annual refresher training. So again, each position we have has so many hours of training that are required. We want to extend that beyond the people that do it full-time to start hitting those people that do it occasionally. So we'll get into the 2018 budget requests and all the numbers. So I will try to make sure that these all align so we don't have any issues like last year. But for Category 1, Personnel Services, an overall increase of $190,686. That's a 2% increase. I want to preface this that last year you voted on this budget and then after the fact voted on the contract, which added in a lot of increases, but it also had some cost savings. So what you'll see here is salary and wages increased by $214,000, almost $215,000. The overtime is increased by $185,000. If you'll remember, you also voted to fix our FLSA policies, and that was never added back into our budget. So there's what looks like a large increase, but it's an incremental increase considering the pay raises at the time and a half rate. The clothing allowance has decreased almost $130,000, and that came from the contract negotiation where we buy their PPE, their personal protective equipment, and it did come into a cost savings. We will not see those cost savings for many years, just when we talk about how much it costs to buy all this new equipment. And then the fire perf did decrease $87,000, almost $88,000, because it is a very well funded source. So Category 2, I'm looking at almost a $300,000 increase, 235%. Now before you get sticker shock, I just want to point out, and Mr. Underwood could step in if you'd like, but what I do want to say is after the lit allocations last year went to capital, there was some left over, and some of our Category 2 and 3 expenditures were moved to lit funding. This year, that aerial truck eats up all of our lit funding, so some of this is moving back into general fund. So institutional supplies, we decreased. And I'm going to discuss this only for the fact that last year I told you that I was going to try to split our budget between each station so we could better track it. It doesn't seem like a lot, but $7,000 was identified as being able to be saved because we now have positions that look individually at each station, what they're using, and it's not just a big pool that sometimes has resources lost. Line 231, building and material supplies. You'll see a picture here of one of our members. He's doing some drywall work. That's not in his job description. But I will tell you that our members being willing to do work like that means that instead of me paying a contractor 3 times that, we can spend a little more money on supplies and get a lot more done. Our crews have agreed, and again, this is straight on them saying that we're willing to do this to help save money and get these projects done faster. But because they're willing to do the work, we're allowed to do a lot more. There's $7,000 to remodel Station 1. The station alerting system, which we'll talk about, my portion of it in my Category 4 this year. For me to fully use this and to use it to the best of its ability, I need to remodel Station 1. Basically today, if a call goes out, all of our stations are woken up. With the station alerting system, it now splits it to just the station, but it also has the capability to split up just the crew. So station 1, I run truck 1 and engine 1 out of the same station. If truck 1 gets a call, I no longer even have to wake up engine 1 crew. All we have to do is build a wall between them, separate speaker systems, and it all works great. So this goes a long way to helping the safety of our firefighters, reducing fatigue, and really saving ourselves some stress from being woken up multiple times without actually being needed to go somewhere. A little bit of paint, and then appliances and ice makers. I will tell you, looking at our overall budget, understanding the large items, we shaved out a lot of areas. So what we're looking at are just things that we need to improve life or to fix some of the things that are broken. Continuing on, I have almost $36,000 for OSHA compliance items. You see the picture of the eye wash station. There are no eye wash stations in any of my departments, any of the stations. That's unacceptable. The OSHA compliance items that have been earmarked, again, everything from eye wash stations to sheds so that we can get fuel from being stored in the station to being stored outside the station, hearing protection, eye protection, you name it on that checklist. It's a very expansive checklist. That's the sticker price that comes to improving our employee safety. There's also another $23,000, almost $24,000 for exercise equipment. I'm very proud that our crews have all embraced this fitness of a firefighter. Part of it means that we've never really invested in exercise equipment so they can do it. So most of this comes in the form of treadmills. Again, we want to have healthy and fit firefighters. And the last thing you'll see, $30,800, is for rescue tools. With that quick response vehicle hybrid test, the one problem I have is that I don't have this particular rescue tool on my engines so that I could essentially shut down 2 large apparatus. So we're still rolling a mobile toolbox that is very expensive to move. By this $30,000 request, we can move those rolling toolboxes into a per needed status, and we can run a lot more efficiently. The last one, and this one accounts for the biggest portion of this increase, the uniforms and tools. You'll see it's increased by $110,825. I really want to point this out, that just the items listed below is $131,300. And if you remember that clothing allowance, that didn't quite cover this. So by the time we hit about year 5 of this program, the city will start seeing some cost savings. But until then, this is going to be a significant expense to make sure that our people are in proper gear. Category 3, overall increase of $330,000. It's a 101%. And again, I'd like to point out that some of that came from lit last year. Now it's in general fund, which is why it looks to be so elevated. Our medical has decreased $65,000. If you'll remember last year, I came and said, I need to make sure we do physicals for every single member every single year. Well, that had an added side effect, bulk pricing discount. We're actually giving them a better physical than what they received before, and it's at a lower cost. So we're basically saying thank you for that, and we can return some of that money this year. The communications contract, we're projecting an increase of about $13,000. By adding the station alerting equipment, we also have to plan for the maintenance of this equipment. And we'd also like to say that we're in renegotiations for our overall maintenance contract with all radios right now. Line 316, instruction, decreases by $13,000. Last year, we really focused on developing internal talent so we don't have to constantly leave our department and pay extra money for this. So we got to see the benefits of what we did last year, which is a reduction in the instruction line. But I will tell you that we can maintain the same pace even with that reduced funding. And the last one you'll see is the motor repairs. That is a fleet set rate, and it is increased by $135,000. When I came to you last year and I told you about trucks with holes in them, the size that I could put my fist through without touching it, we have been in fleet a lot. And this represents what it actually costs to maintain this fire truck fleet, and we are very thankful for what they do. And I think that it's a fair representation that we're spending a lot of time there, so they should get some extra money to deal with our problems. Hardware and software maintenance decreases by $20,208. This one goes to you. Last year, you gave me the money I needed to upgrade our system. This year, I don't need that much money because the upgrades are done. So we're returning that back to the sum of $20,000. Other repairs decreases by $23,000. And again, by you approving some of the new equipment, some of the money we were having to spend just to maintain some of the stuff we had, we're good. We're under warranty. So we'd like to return that as well. And then dues and subscriptions, even though it's a large percentage of an increase, it's really a small number. It's a little over $2,000, and that is so that we can all belong to some professional organizations for networking and to have some peer support when we start dealing with some of the issues that we're going to start dealing with as a department. So, public safety lit, overall decrease of $117,000 or 6.63%. And again, last year I had category 2 and 3 within that, but improvements other than building has decreased $80,000. And then we get into the purchasing of the equipment, and again, I'm very respectful of the money we have, but my toys are very expensive. You know, when we talk about the tools that we need, the bright red trucks, I don't think very many people understand what it costs. Truck 1, again, is $1.3 million. And we also have the replacement of 2 prevention vehicles that we had to pull out of this year's budget so we could purchase the PPE for our firefighters. Other capital outlays, I have $275,000 in a request so that we can complete the station alerting project. If you remember last year, it was put in the police budget under dispatch to fully fund the station alerting project, which included dispatch equipment and fire station equipment. Due to some political pressure from outside entities, it was decided to drop the fire department portion of it and just continue on with the dispatch portion, with the understanding that we were going to have to finish out this upcoming year to finish the project and fully realize the benefits of this new system. Here's the budget summaries. So again, general fund, we are looking at a $820,000 increase, which is 8.26%. Public safety lit, we're looking at $1,653,000, which is a $117,000 decrease overall. And then I'll let the controller talk about our fire pension. And with that, I'd like to conclude and thank you for your consideration of this budget request, and I am more than happy to answer any questions you may have.
Thank you, Chief Moore. Council questions. Councilmember Sturbaum.
Yes, Chief. I'd like to ask you about the interoperability with the county, and just tell us a little more about that and what the outreach is and what the cooperation is.
Great. So we actually had a special session, county chiefs meeting, about a week and a half ago, where we discussed the press release that you received, where we were discussing cutting off automatic aid. With that, I look at there's only one choice, and it's to do things the right way. We have been in discussions with the county chiefs since I've gotten here about what the right way of doing this aid agreement is. There's been no progress up until this last meeting. And after the discussion of dropping this type of aid, most of them were more than happy to reapproach the table about how to do it the right way. So what I have now is a firm commitment from Northern Monroe Fire Territory to meet all of the outlined standards. Ellettsville and Van Buren say that they cannot ever meet the standards, and that we may need to discuss an alternative approach. And I did not get a clear-cut answer from Perry Clear Creek as to their intentions, whether or not to meet or not meet those standards. What I did get was a clear commitment from all the county chiefs to start with step 1, which is looking at a consolidated approach to how we operate on a scene together. And that should be coming together within the next 4 to 6 weeks. The city has been tasked with the initial draft of what we see, how we should all operate together. And that is the best status I could give you, is that it is in progress and that there are still open discussions about this.
So what happens now? Are there any problems overlapping now as far as aiding each other in a fire?
There are not. The discussion is that we were going to cut off the agreements unless there was movement towards sanctioning and solidifying these agreements, both legally and through the proper steps of combined training, interoperability, and everything else that came along with the memo.
So are you optimistic about the outcome of
I am.
working with the county?
I am very optimistic.
I think that's all I've got.
Thank you.
Oh, I did have one other. Do you get trade-ins on the old trucks?
So most of the time, if we do what we have been doing, which is driving them until the wheels fall off, essentially, they're not even worth scrap value. Our last vehicle that we did dispose of, we donated to Hoosier Hills. They're not going to be moving it, so a lot of the issues we had with seat belts and things like that are not an issue for them. What they needed was a platform to be able to move water, flow water through hoses, and it will meet their needs for that. So through an interlocal, we actually sold it to them for $1, and I think the educational value is more than that. I will tell you that if we get into the cycle of a 7-year replacement that we were discussing, the typical fire truck can resale at 7 years for half of its original value. If we continue to go beyond that, at about 10 years, it's only worth a third, and at 12 years, it's basically worthless. So we're looking for this vehicle replacement plan to get us on top of this, getting the most value out of it, but then getting out from under it while it still has value left.
Right. Thank you very much.
Councilmember Granger?
Thank you. Right at the beginning, you talked about your overtime increasing by $185,000, and you said it was due to a calculation error. But then you say it's approximately $117,500 per year, and that's a difference of $67,000.
That's how much the underpayment was. So it was what I was paying in overtime plus $117,500 per year is what was back paid to the employees. And again, that was figured at their lower pay rates before the contractual pay raises went in. So what you're seeing is the figure that is actually figured based upon their current pay with their current overtime rates with the new policy of how we're paying our employees.
Oh, okay, so what you're saying is that you still will need to pay overtime?
Yes.
Over and above this 117 whatever?
That is correct.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you. Councilmember Piedmont Smith?
Yes, I guess I don't understand quite what the hybrid service delivery model is. So, I mean, it looked like a hybrid vehicle, but I think it also means the service, like you're delivering service in a way that combines two things. Could you just explain that some more?
So I will tell you that vehicle is not a hybrid.
Oh, okay.
It's not a gas guzzler by any mean, but what we are discussing is a new way of combining services. And to put it in perspective, a fire engine, one of the large apparatus, costs somewhere around the realm of $1,200 an hour to run. So when it goes out on an EMS call for 30 minutes, that's $600 it costs. The SUV version, the quick response vehicle hybrid delivery method, it costs about a fifth of what it costs to run an engine. So it's about $240 an hour. So what we decided to do was we do have a large number of emergency medical calls that do not require 4 personnel there. So save the wear and tear on the larger apparatus, run the SUV, which, by the way, does not have sticker shock of $500,000 or $1 million, and provide a better service at a cheaper price.
But it cannot actually, it wouldn't be able to transport somebody. But
No.
neither do your EMT trucks, right?
We do
You
not
always
do
call the ambulance
transport.
for that either.
We do not do transport. That is on
Right.
IU Health, and
Right.
we'd have to do a cost-benefit analysis to see if it was even worth us trying to get into that business, and I'm nowhere near that.
Oh, no, I'm not suggesting that. I'm just trying to clarify.
Thank you.
I have a couple other topics that I wanted to ask questions on. So, Mr. Chair, should I go ahead or wait?
Let's go first round, and then we'll
Okay.
come back, okay? Any other first-round questions? I had one. It was about... Sorry. You're supposed to remember. Oh, I know. Coverage, response time, coverage of calls with various stations geographically your colleague stations, Ellisville, et cetera. Are you satisfied with the number of stations that you have and the coverage that you have at this point in terms of your response time?
What I will tell you, before I say whether I'm satisfied or not, is that there are methods to determine so that it's not based on emotion. Where I'm at is part of this process of evaluating accreditation. We'll look at that. What I do have factual basis in front of me is a report that was completed several years ago that outlined the need for 2 additional stations and more personnel. By the time we get through this analysis for accreditation, I will have the answers as to whether or not we are properly staffed, whether or not we do have that. What I will tell you is, like with most public service entities, especially public safety, we always will do the job, and we will sometimes extend ourselves more than we should. But our citizens are safe, and as of today, we have 2 response criteria that we look at, and it's a 4-minute and 8-minute response. And with that, we are hitting our goals of meeting those response times within about a 1 or 2% deviation from month to month.
Terrific. Okay. Look forward to your evaluation in the future. Okay, first round, we have Councilmember Chopra.
Yes, I noticed at the end of the packet that you supplied to us that your increase from last year is 8.26%. However, I did also notice a note on page 6 that mentioned that we did not realign the 2017 budget, therefore the 2018 budget request represents the pay raises from 17 and 18. I want to know, is that increase of 8.26% accurate or not so much?
I will tell you, for me, looking at the numbers, that is an accurate representation for general fund requests.
I appreciate that, but I would love an answer from an expert in
Sure.
financials.
Not saying one, I'll answer. The 8.2% is an actual reflection of the increase in the general fund. As we talked about with the police department, we'll get you an analysis of what the net increases are for both of those, because again, as both Chief talked about and I talked about, we've had to move expenses back into the general fund, and that'll be cyclical nature due to when the equipment rolls on and off. So in this particular year, a $1.3 million piece of equipment forced us to move some expenses back into the general fund. So,
But we can rely on that number, correct?
yes, this is an actual increase in the general fund piece.
Okay, thank you. I'm sorry. I wanted to make sure that this 8.26% reflects an increase from last year, not a percentage of the general fund.
What you're seeing, there's 2 budgets here, is his general fund budget
Right,
and the PS Lit budget.
right.
The PS Lit budget, as we said, shows a slight decrease of about 6.6%.
Right. Okay.
But the
great.
general fund portion of his budget, they're unique in that their budget gets funded out of 2 pots. So it's going to change every year, but the numbers that are reflected are accurate.
Fantastic, thank you.
Any other first-round questions? Okay, then we'll go to Councilmember Piedmont Smith.
Yes, you talked about accreditation and looking into what would be required if you were to pursue that. What body does the accreditation, and how many fire departments nationwide have that accreditation?
So for us, it's the Center for Public Safety Excellence, and I don't have the number on the number of departments that are accredited, but I know that it's a very low number representative of the entire number of departments in the United States.
Are there others in Indiana that have that accreditation?
As far as I know, there are none. There are 2 that are pursuing it, and they are further along in their endeavors to pursue it. This is a multi-year process, so if we do choose to go down this path, it'll take us somewhere in the realm of 2 to 4 years to achieve accreditation.
And that would have an impact on ISO ratings?
Generally, no. What I will say is through process improvement in accreditation, most departments will achieve an ISO 1, because ISO is a standardized look across the nation. Accreditation is a very detailed look at your department and how to improve it, and it is a revolving process that never ends. So once you enter into it, It is a commitment to constantly improve. So what you will see is if we were to enter accreditation, that it would help us move our ISO rating down to the lower levels of a 1.
Thank you. Can you talk a little more about the station alerting system? And is it funded both through PS Lit and through the general fund?
Yes, I'd love to. So it is in our Category 4 right now, which is PS Lit funded. Again, the city put the priority on capital needs, and this is one of those. The station alerting system, the first half is being installed this year, which automates dispatch to a small extent. A computerized voice, standardized pitch, tone, number of words per minute. But it also is, as soon as a dispatcher makes a dispatch decision, they can hit a button on a computer and it starts the process instead of having to wait until they get a break in the phone call to start the process of sending us out. This request that we have for the $275,000 is to actually put all the equipment inside our stations that can receive these signals. This comes down to firefighter safety for me. It has what they call heart saver tones. If you could imagine a very, very loud alarm waking you up somewhere in the realm between 6 times a night, that puts a lot of stress on your heart. And there are a lot of studies that are showing that. This has the ability to slowly ramp those tones up so that firefighters are gradually woken up. It's still quick, but it's not quite as a shock to your system. It also has the ability to automate lights and doors so that we're not trying to fumble around the middle of the night, look for a light switch or, you know, whatever the case may be. This system has a lot of capabilities, and what this request was for is the core system, which means we can add on to it to make ourselves better. Things like run clocks to help crews remind them how long they've been sitting in the station waiting to go out on calls. You can automate so that it'll actually talk to the computer-aided dispatch, record our times as we pull out of the station. So this system has a lot of capabilities to remove some of the human error out of our run logs and the things that we have to record. So I hope that's a good explanation, but I would be more than happy to entertain an ability to take you to where this is being used so that you can see the full benefits of it.
Does it include what you were talking about earlier, separating like the staff that work on one engine from another so that only the one engine staff that needs to be woken up will be? Is that part of it?
That is correct. This is what I need so that I can split all the stations. So the first portion of it will standardize dispatch. The second portion of it, which I've asked for, was been a union concern for years, is when one call goes out, everyone in the city is woken up. And again, 6 times on average per night, you're being woken up and it's not even your call to take.
So this is the second part of the investment in this. We did the first part this year.
That is correct.
Thank you.
Councilmember Granger.
Thank you. My question is related to the numbers in line 231, building materials and supplies. And the numbers are different from what's in our packet to what was up on the screen. And maybe Mr. Underwood can tell me which are the correct numbers and why we're buying an ice maker. I don't know. I'm just kind of...
How about while he looks up the numbers, I'll tell you, the ice maker is actually something that we're supposed to have. When you talk about going out on a fire scene, just having ice water is actually something that's required to help bring your core temperature down.
So this is something that all the stations can use?
All stations should have
mean-
available. And again, when we start making decisions like this, you don't want a fire truck driving from one station to another just to get ice. That doesn't make sense.
No, it doesn't.
It
but
makes
I'm
sense to
just-
put an ice maker at the station and that everyone has it available. So it's not just a convenience item, it's actually a safety item so that they have liquid to help cool their core body temperature after being out on these fire calls or in the fire gear that raises your
Sure.
core temperature.
Okay, thank you.
The number that's in the budget sheet in your booklet is the correct number.
Okay, that makes me a little bit happier. Thank you.
Chief Moore, could you describe what the effort entails in terms of reducing false alarms? Is it an educational effort? Is it prosecuting people who pull false alarms? I mean, what does that entail? And I'm glad that the number is decreasing. So what's that process like?
Sure. So not nearly as complicated as the opioid crisis, but it is still a complicated issue. This is a multi-pronged approach. So last year, we approached it from providing the education, going to some of the IU orientation meetings, meeting with some of those student leaders, discussing how to avoid setting off the alarms accidentally. Everything from overcooking popcorn to, believe it or not, drying clothes in microwaves. You name it, we go to IU for false alarms. The other half of this, which is what we're looking to use, is there's already a city ordinance that allows us to apply a fine for overuse of the false alarms. So what we're looking to do is actually track that, and through some discussions and some evaluation, we found one building in this city that we've been to 93 times in the past 2 years. It's unacceptable. So by enforcing it, the ordinance is there, applying the fines if necessary. Our goal is to reduce that. And then the final aspect of it is through inspections. If we're out looking at these systems regularly, then we normally don't have the false alarms caused by malfunctions. You know, they're required to look at these systems and have them checked by a certified technician. We go out and realize they haven't been. They don't pass their inspection, and then the issue gets dealt with, and we don't go out for false alarms. So it's a multi-pronged approach, and it will take us a couple of years to get this particular issue under control, but I think that we're well on the path to do it.
Great. Other questions from council? I had one other one that I was curious about, and that is, you answer calls at the university you just mentioned. Some of those calls involve academic buildings. Some of them have special, I'm thinking of the biology department, chemistry department, physics, have volatiles, dangerous substances, pathogens, you know, things like that. You know, do you require, does your staff require special training for that? Do you have special equipment? Are you comfortable in terms of being able to respond to something where you're going into a kind of a, you know, a special circumstance in terms of hazard?
Right. We're fully confident in it. IU is a great partner. They provide us a lot of information about their buildings. In fact, it's more comprehensive than what we have available for the rest of the buildings in the city. I already have pictures of what to expect. I already have floor plans laid out with hazard do not enter zones. And our crews, through training with IU, actually go out to a lot of these facilities and learn firsthand what those hazards are, how to deal with them or how not to deal with them or how to avoid them. So we're very confident in our ability to deal with any special hazards of any building in this city, especially those in IU, because they are really good partners and they keep us well informed of what's going on.
That's good to know. Great. Okay, seeing no other questions, we'll go to the public. If you have public comments on the fire department's budget, seeing none, we're back to council for final comment or a recommendation, and a recommendation. Councilmember Sturbaum.
I was waiting for the public to be pro-fire and, you know, against fire. So I'm against fire, and I know you guys are, and we'll certainly support this.
Thank you. Other council comment?
Recommend do pass.
Second.
Okay, we've got a recommendation and a second. We'll start on my left.
Yes.
Yes.
Pass.
Yes.
Yes.
Pass.
Yes.
Yes.
602. Thank you, Chief Moore. Right. Fire pension. Mr. Underwood,
Jeff
take it
Underwood,
away.
City Controller. I'll just echo the same comments that I made before. It's, police and fire pensions are legacies, and eventually will go away, but they are funded by the state. We pay into the state, and then they reimburse us. But we do write the checks directly to the retirees and widows and widowers.
Mm-hmm. Very good. Questions from council? Councilmembers? Not a question. Any questions from council? Any comment from the public? Back to council. Councilmember Sturbaum.
Yeah, I just wanted to say what I should have said before, that I think the council is impressed with the professionalism of this fire department. Very, very favorably impressed. So I didn't want to be flippant, I was just kidding, and I want to say what a great job it sounds like you're doing. Thank you.
Thank you. Other comments on the fire pension budget?
Second.
I'll begin on my right this time.
Yes.
Yes. Yes. Yes.
Yes.
Pass.
Yes.
Yes.
701. Thank you. Now for something completely different. Mr. May, public transit.
Good evening, Lou May, General Manager, Bloomington Public Transportation Corporation. Thank you for the opportunity, as always, to present our 2018 proposed budget to you tonight. This is my 19th budget to present on behalf of Bloomington Transit, and it's been a great ride, and I've enjoyed the years here in Bloomington, and together I think we've done great work with Bloomington Transit. So thank you very much for your support over the years. Appreciate the support of the various mayors that I've worked with, our board of directors, and most importantly, the Bloomington Transit employees and staff. And before I launch into the budget a little bit here, at the risk of embarrassing my controller, Krista Browning, who's here, every year you see Krista accompanying me to the first budget session here. And she is our controller, and she has done 99.9% of the work in assembling this budget, and she's done a fantastic job. And I have the privilege of presenting the budget to you each year, but she has done most of the work. She's been with us for a little over 10 years, again, done a fabulous job. Prior to being our controller, she was our State Board of Accounts auditor. I highly recommend, if you ever need to hire a controller, that you hire your state board's auditor. She's done a fantastic job. And again, I just want to acknowledge the good work that she's done. And I have her here the first night in case there's a question, a financial question that I can't answer, but she always does such a good job at briefing me prior to the presentation tonight that I don't think I've ever had to call on her for a question there. So, but again, appreciate the work that Krista has done. She's done the lion's share of this work and the budget that I'm presenting to you right now. So you know, our budget has been reviewed and approved by our Board of Directors during the month of July, and under Indiana law, the Common Council annually reviews and adopts our budget as well. As part of my budget presentation to you tonight, as the other department heads have done, I will cover some of the more notable transit accomplishments from the last time that I was here before you, and talk about some of the primary goals for the upcoming budget year, and also hit on some of the budget highlights that are contained in our 2018 budget. I'll use the same slide that other department heads have used, the Why We Exist slide at Bloomington Transit. We exist to provide safe and quality transportation services to the Bloomington community. Our task before us is to connect more people with more places, to work cooperatively with federal, state, and local government to expand and maintain funding for transit services, and to, of course, manage our public resources efficiently and effectively. This is a slide that I think is, you recall, and I show it every year at budget time. One of the primary measuring sticks for any transit system is how many people does it carry. And I like to show a historical slide here that goes back a little over 30 years to give you a sense of where we were a long time ago and how far that we have come over the past 30-plus years. The slide goes back to 1984 when we were carrying about 350,000 riders a year. And you fast forward to the most recently completed calendar year, 2016, and we were at just under 3.5 million riders. So during that span of time, we've increased our ridership roughly tenfold at Bloomington Transit, and it's something that our team and our staff and employees at the transit system are very proud of. Another slide that I usually show every year is how we compare to other major cities in Indiana. And Bloomington Transit, in terms of ridership per capita, is leading the pack, and that is compared to a lot of cities that are larger in terms of population. We carry a little over 40 passengers per capita here in Bloomington, and that is just the Bloomington Transit ridership. That does not include IU Campus Bus or anything else. That's just the BT ridership. And you can see Lafayette, Muncie, Evansville, Indianapolis, South Bend, Gary, and Fort Wayne, how they compare to us. This is 2016 data that was provided to us by NDOT, by the way. And here's a new slide. I don't think I've ever shown this before, but wanted to do it this year because I think this speaks to the efficiency and productivity of the system. This is passenger trips per total vehicle mile. And Bloomington, again, is leading the pack. We carry about 3 passenger trips for every vehicle mile that we operate. And again, you can see how we compare to some of the other major cities in Indiana. And then this is, from a cost efficiency perspective, it gives you some data on how we manage our cost and steward the public resources that are provided to us. On a cost per passenger basis for the year 2016, it cost us a little over $2 for every passenger trip that we carry at Bloomington Transit, and you can see how that compares to the other major cities here in Indiana. And then last but not least, in terms of fare recovery ratio, in other words, this is the amount of our operating expenses that are recovered by the passenger fares that we collect. We're in second in this category compared to the other 8 systems in the state. We recover about 23% of our operating costs from passenger fares, and again, you can see how we compare to other systems. So now I'll talk a little bit about some of the accomplishments that we've had, goals that we've been successful in accomplishing in the past year since I was here last. In the past year, we've taken delivery of 2 new 40-foot buses that have replaced some 2002 model vehicles. We've placed orders in 2017 for 4 new 40-foot buses that will be delivered in 2018. And we've also been successful in acquiring discretionary federal grant funding for the purchase of 1 additional 40-foot bus, which is included as part of the 2018 budget that I'm presenting to you tonight. Continuing the discussion in terms of rolling stock, as you know, we also have another service in addition to our fixed route service that we provide that is very important and very valuable to people in the community here, and that is our BT Access service, which is for people with disabilities whose disability prevents them from using the regular fixed route service. And in the past year, we've taken delivery of 2 new BT Access vehicles. We've acquired discretionary funding for the purchase of 2 new BT Access vehicles that is a part of the 2018 budget. And then we've also acquired discretionary federal funding for a retrofit of surveillance and security cameras in all of our BT Access vehicles. We've had them in our fixed route fleet for a long time now, but we've not had them in our BT Access fleet. And with the acquisition of this grant, we should be able to retrofit our entire BT Access fleet with those. This is a big one. We just recently, in June, actually began negotiations with our local AFSCME union on the negotiations towards a new collective bargaining agreement. Our existing AFSCME collective bargaining agreement expires at the end of this year, and typically we get started during the summertime, and sometimes it takes us 6 or 7 months before we can actually conclude a negotiation. But this year was probably the fastest negotiation that we ever had. It took 3 days to reach agreement with our ASME union in June. Just one 3-day session was all it took, and we've reached agreement that both sides, I think, are happy about. The important thing for Bloomington Transit is it is leading to major improvements in wages and benefits. And the reason that is so important to us, as perhaps you followed in the local news recently with our Monroe County Community School Corporation and the challenge that they've had in getting bus drivers there, we too have had that same challenge in the last few years. We too have been experienced a very critical driver shortage for a number of reasons. It's not an issue that is unique to Bloomington. It is a nationwide issue that transit systems across the country are facing, that commercial fleets are facing across the country, again, for a number of reasons. And the enhancements and gains that we're able to negotiate with our ASME union in terms of wages and benefits will greatly help our ability to recruit, hire, and retain employees. So we're very happy about that, and that will be reflected in the budget that I'm presenting to you tonight. In terms of technology, in the past year, we've implemented our 3rd generation of BT Access scheduling software. This was really a big deal for us that we went live with in January of this year. First new scheduling package, I think, in more than 10 years that we've had. It has helped to make our service paperless. We no longer have paper schedules in our vehicles. We have tablets in our BT Access vehicles that display for the drivers their schedules. We also have bus tracking capability for our dispatchers so that they can see the real-time location of vehicles at any given moment. And again, this has been a great step forward for us. The service efficiency just in the first 6 months of the year since we've installed this software has increased about 15% in terms of passengers carried per hour on BT Access service. All right, so those are some of the more notable accomplishments that we've had since I was here last. I'll now talk a little bit about the goals for the rest of this year as well as in the 2018 budget. Again, vehicles and rolling stock are the lifeblood of any transit system. And in this year's budget, we have 1 new 40-foot bus as part of the 2018 budget. And then later this year, we will take delivery of 5 new 40-foot buses in late 2017, probably in December. And then next year, we have 4 more buses that are already on order that should arrive by the end of next year in 2018. Those are fixed route vehicles. We also have BT Access vehicles, 2 new BT Access vehicles that are included in the 2018 budget. And then a couple of things that aren't in the 2018 budget, but they're worth noting here. They're actually in the 2017 budget. We have automated pickup time notification software coming later this year. It's the next iteration on our software scheduling package. This will be making text and email and voice phone calls to BT Access customers to notify them of their pickup time for the next day and to notify them when the vehicle is just a few minutes away from their trip pickup point so that they can get ready and be ready to go when that vehicle arrives. So we're looking forward to rolling that out later this year. And then another thing, an innovation that we've got coming later this year is online reservations. Right now, a BT Access customer has to call us at least the day before to make a reservation. They can call up to 2 weeks in advance. And we'll have a software innovation that will allow BT Access customers and/or their clients or advocates to make reservations for them online without having to make a phone call. So again, we're looking forward to rolling that out by the end of the year. A goal that we've had for several years running and that we've not been successful in achieving yet is that we've been working with Senator Mark Stoops here locally in trying to get authority from the Indiana General Assembly to give our Monroe County Council the ability to levy a local option income tax. I call it LOIT here. I've heard you talk about LITs, public safety LITs here. I guess the term has changed a little bit. But really, it's the best hope for any new funding for public transit expansion in Monroe County. We have seen that federal funding is growing very slowly, really just 1 or 2% a year. State funding has been flat for a number of years. We're finally going to see some small growth in it this year, around 2% or so. Of course, as you know, we have property tax caps. We have not much ability to raise local property taxes. IU funding has been flat for a couple of years now. So all of our funding sources are not growing at the rate needed to consider significant expansion of transit. Public transportation LOIT potentially could generate $6 or $7 million here in Monroe County. As you see, my budget tonight is about $9.8 million. So just imagine what $6 or $7 million could do for public transportation in Monroe County here. We could significantly expand service and fill gaps that we need to. The challenge in getting it through the General Assembly, a couple of years prior, Senator Stoops has been able to get it through the Senate, but has not been able to get a hearing in Ways and Means on it, primarily because I think we have a couple of legislators here in Monroe County that don't see it as a priority and are concerned about the impact of raising taxes locally here. I see that as the most significant hurdle that we're going to have to overcome to be able to pass this through the General Assembly and get the authority for our county council to levy such a LOIT here. So that'll remain an important goal for us. We'll continue to work with Senator Stoops and remain optimistic and hopeful that one of these days we'll be able to get that through. Again, because as we see it right now, public transportation at the state and federal level doesn't seem to be a high priority in terms of increasing funding. Then, as always, we've been very successful over the years in pursuing and acquiring discretionary federal grants. Those dollars have been less available. It's much more scarce than they have been in past years, but the dollars that are available, we will continue to go after and hopefully acquire some of them. I talked about the collective bargaining agreement that we recently reached agreement with our local AFSCME union. I would say the emphasis on the 2018 budget for Bloomington Transit really is improving wages and benefits for employees, which will again enhance our ability to hire and retain employees. One of the most significant improvements is the driver starting wage for part-time drivers. All fixed route drivers at Bloomington Transit start out as part-timers. And the wage is currently $13.21 an hour, and it's been a very challenging wage for us to be able to attract significant numbers of new hires. We have negotiated and reached agreement to increase that wage to $15.61, which is a major improvement. Another noteworthy item that's worth mentioning here is health insurance. In the past, health insurance for our part-time drivers was available to them after a year of service and after they averaged at least 30 hours a week for the year. Under the new collective bargaining agreement that we have with AFSCME, health insurance will be available immediately for part-time drivers, assuming they average 20 hours a week in the course of their employment. So again, hopeful that that's going to help us significantly. We think it will. So I'll talk a little bit about some of the highlights in each of the categories in our budget for 2018, starting with Category 1 for personnel. We've got a 6.46% overall increase. That includes all of the enhancements to wages and benefits. As I mentioned, the part-time driver starting wage increasing from $13.21 to $15.61. Our full-time fixed route driver starting wage increase will go from $15.23 to $15.91. As I mentioned, we'll provide health insurance immediately for part-timers. Another big improvement for employees. We offer the option for employees to have either a traditional PPO health insurance plan or a high deductible health savings account plan. And over the years, we've seen more and more of our employees going to the high deductible HSA option. And currently, Bloomington Transit contributes a match of up to $50 a month for an employee's individual health savings account that they can use to fund out-of-pocket medical expenses. And as part of the new collective bargaining agreement, that amount will double from $50 of match per month up to $100 a month, again, that employees can use for out-of-pocket medical expenses. Then another enhancement is we will offer dental and vision insurance for part-timers, a nice little perk and fringe benefit. And then we've had an incentive bonus program at Bloomington Transit for a number of years. Full-time employees can earn incentives, financial incentives, based on perfect attendance, based on no preventable accidents, and based on no disciplinary write-ups. And they potentially could earn up to $780 a year in additional financial incentives. That number will increase to $1,000 a year as part of the incentive bonus program. So these are some of the most significant improvements that we've made. There's quite a number of other Category 1 improvements, primarily in the area of wages, that we've made to our 6 different seniority units that we have at Bloomington Transit, including fixed route drivers, BT Access drivers, mechanics, service persons, and service attendants there. I wanted to point some of these out so you're aware of the efforts that we're making to attract and retain employees. Category 2, the supplies category, only about a 0.81% overall increase in this area. And some of the notable line items here are an actual 6.81% decrease in fuel cost. And primary reason for that is for a number of years, Bloomington Transit has been locking in the price of our diesel fuel that we use in our fixed route fleet. And we've been doing that in conjunction with Indiana University, whereby we're doing fuel hedging, where we go out a year in advance or longer, and we lock in the price on a fixed quantity of gallons of diesel fuel so that we're not at the mercy of the commodities market. Fuel is a very volatile commodity, can go up and down in price, tends to go up over the long run more than it goes down. But this has been helpful to us in insulating us from any major price shocks with fuel cost. And fuel costs have actually gone down a little bit in the past year. We recently were able to lock in the entirety of the rest of 2017 as well as the entirety of 2018. We have a 19-month fixed price fuel contract at $1.67 a gallon for diesel fuel, which has been a very good price. And this has helped to bring down our fuel cost and help our budget situation, quite frankly. Then a couple of items that have higher than normal increases in the budget. Bus parts. This is primarily due to the trend in cost of bus parts. We've got a 10% increase in the budget. That has been the trend year after year for parts, and so we've included that as part of the 2018 budget. And then the other supplies category, in Category 2, this is primarily bus cleaning and washing supplies. They've been trending at about a 7% increase annually, and as such, we've budgeted for that. Category 3, services, we actually have budgeted an almost 9% decrease compared to the 2017 budget. Some of the notable line items here, our telephone cost, we've got a 35% decline, primarily because we're in the process of putting in a new phone system as well as new phone service right now, which should be up and running soon. And we're going from a traditional telephone system to a voice over internet system, and that's going to bring our costs down significantly. We're working with the city and city ITS to help us in that process. Then we've budgeted about an 18% decrease in insurance and risk management costs. A couple of factors contribute to that decrease. One, we've had very good experience in workers' compensation claims in the last 3 to 5 years. We've really been at record levels in terms of on-the-job safety and very few on-the-job injuries, and as a result, our work comp premium has been dropping year after year after year. It's a very positive thing, and it's directly, your premium is directly tied to your experience there. For those of you who know about the experience modification factor that's used in work comp insurance, I think our experience mod factor is 0.78. Anything below 1.0 is considered very good. I can remember more than 10 years ago where we were over 1.0. So that has helped us tremendously bring down our work comp insurance cost. And then we purchase our casualty and liability insurance in conjunction with the city as part of the city's policy. And there's been a reallocation of those costs, and Bloomington Transit is not being charged as much as they were for our appropriate share of those costs, and that has helped to bring down our risk management costs and insurance costs as well. Then we have about a 26% decrease in IU shared cost. This is primarily due to one item in the budget. If you recall, last year we talked about our efforts. We were going to begin purchasing bus parts in behalf of Indiana University Campus Bus for them for the first time. And last year, I believe we budgeted $150,000 in bus parts that we would buy on behalf of IU Campus Bus. And they have not been purchasing those parts at that rate. And as such, we've decreased that by about $100,000 in the 2018 budget. I think we've put in $50,000 for parts on behalf of IU. So that results in a Category 3 reduction in budgeted cost as well. Then we budgeted a 27.46 decrease in repairs and labor costs. These are outside repairs and labors when we have to send a vehicle out to be repaired for something that we're not able to fix in-house. And again, this is just based on trend, as those costs have not been as high as we budgeted last year. Then Category 4, capital, overall about a 37.8% decrease in capital, and it's primarily due to one item. We don't have as many buses in the 2018 budget as we did in the 2017 budget. We had 4 fixed route buses in the 2017 budget at about $450,000 apiece, and we only have one of those in the 2018 budget. So that accounts for the major difference or decrease in the capital budget. We do have, as I mentioned previously, 2 BT Access vehicles in the 2018 capital budget. An important project for us this year will be replacement of our two-way radio system for our buses. We've got a total between our fixed route, BT Access, and support vehicles. We've got about 60 vehicles that will get a new two-way radio system in them. We're looking forward to some of the advancements that technology will bring, and we've budgeted about $250,000 for this item. Then, as I mentioned earlier, we do plan to retrofit our BT Access vehicles with their first surveillance cameras. We have 12 BT Access vehicles in our fleet. Plan to do that for about $50,000. And then a couple of items in our garage equipment. We have a new man lift and floor scrubber in the budget as well. So to summarize the Bloomington Transit 2018 proposed budget, both operating and capital costs, a budget of $9,800,458. And that compares to the 2017 budget, which you approved last year, which was $10,343,604. So that's an overall decrease of about 5.25% for the Bloomington Transit budget. Again, most of it attributable to capital item, Category 4 decreasing. The operating cost budget, which is the combination of class categories 1, 2, and 3, It's actually up about 3% compared to the previous year. So this pie chart shows you the expenses by category. Personnel makes up almost 61% of our total cost at Bloomington Transit. Fuel and oil is about 6.4%. Parts and supplies, 7%. Services, 12.4%. And capital, 13.3%. Where does the revenue come to fund Bloomington Transit services? The two primary sources of revenue are federal at about 33% of our revenue, followed by state at 25.7%, followed by property tax at 12.9%, IU revenues at 11.3%, passenger fares at 6.4%, then other local taxes at 4.9%, miscellaneous and other 3.2%, and then lastly, we have a transfer from operating reserves at 2.6%. Talk a little bit about some of the budget challenges that we face at Bloomington Transit, and some of these aren't new. In fact, most of them aren't new. They're similar to what I've discussed with you in the past. The future of state and federal funding are very important to Bloomington Transit. More than half of our budget is funded by state and federal sources. As I've mentioned, those have not been increasing really more than inflationary cost, which means it's been very difficult for us to expand services. Now, as far as 2018 for state funding, it looks like we're going to get the first increase in a long time at the state level. We've budgeted a 2% increase, and we're pretty excited about that at the state level. But there are some uncertainties left. The State Budget Committee has yet to adopt the final PMTF budget. I understand they're meeting later this week. And there's a question about whether the governor will revert any of the PMTF funding. The last 2 years, I believe Governor Pence has reverted about 3% of the state PMTF revenues back to the state general fund simply to help with their surplus issues there. We don't know what Governor Holcomb is going to do, whether or not there will be another reversion this year, but we hope to find out soon. Just from what we're hearing, we're optimistic that we may avert a reversion this year, which would be great. If that's the case, and all of the PMTF funding is distributed to the transit systems, we could see as much as a 4 or 5% increase. There is one other issue that I understand that NDOT is wrestling with and hasn't made a decision that could affect PMTF funding, and that's whether or not PMTF funding will be used to subsidize the Amtrak service that runs between Indianapolis and Chicago. There has been some proposals floated to help subsidize Amtrak through the state PMTF fund. And so that's a decision that potentially could be made that could affect how much PMTF funding that the public transit systems get. State PMTF funding is no longer, for several years running now, not tied as strongly to performance. It used to be a 100% performance-based formula. Bloomington, of course, did very well. As I shared with you the graphics that showed you how well we operated, how well we performed. We always took advantage of that and realized some big windfalls and additional state funding. Now the formula is less than 1% performance-based, and so there really aren't the incentives there for being efficient and performing well that there once was. On the federal side, as you may know, Congress has not raised the federal gasoline tax since 1993. It has remained unchanged. And federal funding for transit comes from the gasoline tax. And until Congress really gets the political will to increase that, it's hard to imagine any major increases in transit funding from the federal side. The Federal Job Access Reverse Commute, or JARC as we call it, program was eliminated several years ago. Bloomington Transit has been using JARC funds, discretionary JARC funds that we acquired through NDOT to help pay for our late-night bus service that runs from about 8 or 9 o'clock on weeknights all the way up to 11:30. Those dollars are gone. We've been running on carryover funds on an annual basis. We've got enough carryover funds probably to get us through 2018, and then that funding will be gone. And so that's another source of revenue, about $100,000 a year that'll no longer be available to us. Then we've seen at the federal level fewer discretionary dollars available. I can think back to the early 2000 years when earmark funding or discretionary funding was available to us, and Bloomington Transit did very well in acquiring federal earmarks. Maybe the best example I can give you is one of our congressmen who was on the Transportation Committee years ago got us a $4 million earmark, which was the seed money for the new downtown transit center. Those kind of earmarks, all earmarks for the most part, are gone. There are discretionary programs available at the federal level, but they're much smaller amounts than were previously available to us through earmarks. That's made it very difficult for us on the capital side. We've relied on earmarks and discretionary funds to replace our bus fleet and to build facilities such as our downtown transit center, and those just aren't there. They just aren't available to us, and they're going to have an impact. They are having an impact on us in the long term. In recent years, IU funding has been flat. Last year we had a very small increase, I think a little over 1%. In the 2018 budget, we're getting a 0% increase from IU, and it looks like 2019, since they're on a biennial budget, is also going to be 0% there. So that's a concern to us. Our board is still wrestling with the decision whether or not how to respond to a 0% increase, and they've had some discussion about the possibility of reducing services to the campus, and that's something that we have done in the past. Now, in the grand scheme of things, we ask for a 2.5% increase from IU on roughly $1 million that we get each year, so that's about $25,000 in the budget. Again, in the grand scheme of things, that's not a big impact on our budget, but our board is talking about whether or not they should cut about $25,000 worth of service to the campus, so that remains to be decided. Other issues for the future, as I mentioned, 2018 fuel costs are looking very good. We've locked in about 73% of our fuel needs for the 2018 year at $1.67 a gallon, which is a very good price. But who knows what the future holds for fuel cost. Starting to see prices edge up slightly here. Again, BT should be good through the end of 2018, but beyond that, it's anybody's guess as to where fuel costs are going to go. I can harken back to the year 2008, about 10 years ago, when fuel went to, I think, almost $4.50 a gallon, and it had a huge impact on our budget that year. I think we had to spend an additional $500,000 over and above what we budgeted for fuel. Hopefully we don't see those years again, but again, it's uncertain. I will say this, fuel is a double-edged sword for public transit systems, its cost, that is. It's great when fuel costs are low in terms of budget impacts, and it's been great for us in the last few years. It's terrible for its impact on ridership, because when gasoline prices are low, people are more inclined to drive. And that is the trend that's happening here in Bloomington as well as across the entire U.S. Public transit ridership, bus ridership is down. BT has been down slightly, a few percentage points in the last couple of years. Now, I will say fuel I don't think is the only reason that transit ridership is down. There are other innovations that are having impact. I can't prove it. I can just tell you anecdotally, things like Uber, I believe, has made some inroads into ridership and is affecting BT's ridership as well as transit system ridership across the country. And then, as I mentioned, the possibility of a future transit lit or LOIT probably offers the best foreseeable hope to grow transit services in this community, short of a major change in policy at the federal level or at the state level. And given the budget priorities that have been released in recent years from both the state and the federal government, I really don't see those priorities changing anytime in the near term. Talk a little bit about opportunities 2018 and beyond. Annexation. I understand the city is involved in a court case that will ultimately decide the annexation question there. BT participated in the annexation public meetings there, and we talked about potential services that could be provided if areas were annexed into the city. It would generate some additional property tax revenue for Bloomington Transit, but the revenues were far short of what was needed to provide the services that were desired or needed in some of those areas there. So from our perspective, annexation was going to be very challenging. There were going to be a lot of demands for new service, and the revenues that we were getting just weren't going to be sufficient to pay for them. The new hospital, of course, is in the development stage right now and planned to open in 2020. We at BT have been thinking about how we will serve that. We feel like it's incumbent on finding a solution to provide transit service. We serve the existing hospital with a couple of routes there. I think we have to find a way to serve the new hospital location, given that it's inside the city, and we're thinking about how we'll do that. I've been talking with Mick Reneisen in the mayor's office, getting his help and cooperation as the hospital designs their new campus and trying to make it as transit-friendly as possible. Then a couple of things that are affecting us at Bloomington Transit. Strategic plan. It's time for us to develop a new strategic plan that will guide us heading into the future, and we will probably put the funding elements in place for that next year and probably conduct the plan in 2019, and that'll be an important guiding tool for where we go in the next 5 years or so. Then a facility condition assessment. One of the most important things for BT to provide service in this community is to have a good physical plant to do it. And the Grimes Lane facility that we have turns 20 years old this year. And it is starting to show its age. We're starting to experience some wear and tear on the facility, and it's requiring some larger and larger investments to maintain that facility there. So probably time for us to do a full-blown facility condition assessment to identify what are the major repairs and expenses that we are going to incur over the next 5 to 10 years in maintaining that facility and keeping it in good operating condition so that we can budget accordingly for those. Then a few other things that I think should be mentioned here. Alternative fuels. As you know, almost 25% of BT's fixed route bus fleet is hybrid electric vehicles. And we are fast approaching a decision point as to we're going to have to decide at BT what is going to be the future alternative fuel for our bus fleet. We're very interested in some alternative to diesel fuel. Hybrid electric certainly showed some promise a few years ago, but there are a couple of emerging technologies that may hold even greater promise, probably the number one being electric vehicles. There have been a lot of advances in electric bus technology just in the last year. A lot of transit systems are making the decision to go that route. Another one that is very popular is the use of compressed natural gas. I can mention a couple of transit systems here, right here in Indiana, that have made the decision to go with compressed natural gas in their fleets, and that is Lafayette and South Bend. In either case, whichever direction that BT decides to go, whether it's electric or compressed natural gas, one of the issues that we'll have to solve is the 10th Street underpass, the railroad underpass there just to the west of Tulip Tree. We cannot get a hybrid bus through it. You cannot get an electric or a compressed natural gas bus due to the height limitations of it. But in talking with the mayor's office, I understand that as part of the development of the new hospital, the university is looking at some workarounds to that, and the possible extension of 10th Street via the Law Lane corridor to connect at Union Street might be a workable alternative to it. And then another one that shows a lot of promise is the extension of 14th Street from the bypass through the campus there. Both have us excited because once that railroad underpass issue goes away, we can make the decision as to which way we need to go with our alternative fuels for the future and make a full-blown commitment for our entire fleet to go that way, much as Lafayette, much as South Bend have done. Another issue, this is relatively small in the grand scheme of things, but mobile bus ticketing and passes. Earlier this year, we had the good fortune of working with Tom Miller, the City Innovation Director, and as the city did a competitive project for a potential mobile bus pass and ticket application. And this is something that's becoming a lot more popular with transit systems across the country. There are vendors out there that sell these mobile bus pass ticketing systems, and it's relatively cheap and affordable. For us, it's not a huge issue, primarily because about 75% of our ridership is IU-based. It is students and faculty and staff. They simply show their Crimson card to the driver for passage on the vehicle, so that only leaves a total segment of about 25% that might potentially be interested in a mobile bus pass ticket. Some of those folks will never probably be interested, folks who are paying cash and don't have the ability to make purchases online or with credit cards. But nevertheless, we're interested, we're going to pursue it, and it's possible that we could actually launch a mobile bus pass ticketing solution sometime in 2018. Then at next to last, at Bloomington Transit, we followed with great interest the city's strides towards tapping the use of solar energy on many of its buildings. And we too at Bloomington Transit are very interested in that. If you're familiar with our Grimes Lane location, we probably have quite a bit of acreage on rooftops at our Grimes Lane location there, including our bus canopy where we park most of our fleet under, and then our actual administration and operations buildings there. So we're very interested in the potential that solar energy could bring to us, and I anticipate we'll pursue some feasibility efforts to determine the cost and the payback over time there, and hopefully we can pursue something going forward. And then last but not least, you've probably heard about autonomous vehicle technology starting to take hold and starting to take root in the U.S. We're very interested in it. It is going to be here a lot sooner than we think. Rapid advancements are being made, especially in the automobile industry. It's also happening in the transit industry, although it is lagging a little bit behind the automobile industry. There are some demonstrations of autonomous vehicles being done around the country in the U.S., and we are hopeful that we can bring a demonstration of a vehicle to Bloomington at some point. If we're already working on it, we're hoping to get it done later this year. If we don't get it done this year, we're certainly going to strive to do a demo or a pilot project sometime next year. All right, so that is the end of my presentation. I appreciate your attention and glad to entertain any questions that you may have.
Thank you, Mr. May. Questions from council? Councilmember Chopra?
Yes. Will there be increases in wages for your full-time professional staff members?
Our administrative
Sure, yes.
staff, yeah. We're participating with the city in the city salary study. We're a part of that study, and I think the results of that study are going to be released soon, and it will make a number of recommendations. And we have budgeted some funds in the 2018 budget to help increase, where necessary, our administrative staff wages, in addition to the bargaining unit wages that are part of the collective bargaining agreement.
Right, I guess what I meant to say is, like the whole city is doing the 2% standard increase in wages. Are you doing something similar?
Yeah, we've actually, for our administrative staff, we put in a budget number of 4%. However, that doesn't mean that every staff member is going to see a 4% increase. We're going to await the outcome or results of the city salary study, see what the recommendations are, and some of those resources that are included in that 4% will be used to increase different positions that are under market in their salaries there.
Okay, just one last question, and I'll be done. Were there what was the main concern of the board before they passed this budget? Was there any like hot topic for them that they kind of got stuck on?
The 4 people who passed the budget?
There are 4 people on the board?
Oh,
On the board. Do you understand what I'm asking? I'm probably not asking it well.
Yeah.
When your budget was presented to the board in July, were there any concerns that were?
No, we have a 5-member board. 3 are appointed by city council, 2 by the mayor, and the budget passed unanimously from our board.
Okay, no major hangups then?
No. The one issue that remains to be resolved is whether or not we reduce service to the IU campus as a result of having a 0% increase. That's yet to be determined, and that could be a change to our budget before we bring the final budget to you.
Thank you.
Councilmember Piedmont Smith.
Yeah, I was very interested to hear about the possibility of compressed natural gas as kind of the new alternative for fueling transit. Are you familiar with San Mateo, California, where they have actually used the carbon matter from their wastewater treatment plants to create compressed natural gas that they do use for their city vehicles? I don't know if they use it for their buses, but.
Yeah. Not familiar with that example. I have heard of, not necessarily in this country, there may be some cases in this country. I have heard in Europe methane that's created from landfills that has been tapped and used as a fuel to power buses with. I don't know if that's
the actual methane.
The actual
is
methane
used.
that's released through landfill gas, basically, where it's captured and used for transit fuel, which is basically the same as compressed natural gas.
Mm-hmm. Well, I guess this is a similar process that I've just been reading about.
Not familiar with that at all. So.
Okay, I'll forward it to you.
Okay, thank you.
I have other questions, but is the integration with IU campus bus basically, has that gone as far as it's going to go?
Well, this is something I kind of anticipated this question. It's something I talked about last year, and it's conspicuously absent from my discussion tonight, and you've picked up on that, so thank you for asking that question. You know, one of the things I talked about last year was the potential for adding BT taking over the operation of the E-route at the university, and we talked about that as part of last year's budget presentation. The whole idea behind that was if BT could take the ridership from that route and potentially capture additional federal funding through the Small Cities Transit Intensive program. But the federal funding apportionments have just come out in the last month, and we've been able to run our numbers through that formula to see if it would generate any additional federal funding for Bloomington Transit. And the results were no. For at least for the upcoming 2018 budget year, it would not generate any additional funding. It got us closer to a couple of the factors, but we're still somewhat short. We currently get 3 of the 6 factors there. It adds about $570,000 in additional federal funding for Bloomington Transit in 2018. There are 3 additional factors that we don't get. And what the program is, it takes some performance measures for transit for cities that are between the population of 200,000 and 1 million. And if a system like Bloomington can meet or exceed that performance measure, then you get a $190,000 bonus or incentive for each one of those factors. So we're already meeting or exceeding 3 of those 6 factors and realizing another $570,000 in the 2018 budget. Hopeful that if we could somehow combine the IU services, the cost of us operating their service is higher than the cost of them providing the service. So we would need to supplement that or bring that cost down with these additional revenues. But it doesn't appear, at least for 2018, that we're going to be able to do that. Now, we haven't given up completely on that possibility. 2019 will bring additional STIC funding. 2019, I think the STIC program, the takedown from the federal 5307 program goes from 1.5% to 2% of the total federal funding. So there should be more STIC funding coming to us in 2019, assuming the current administration goes forward with that and authorizes it in a funding bill. So we'll be looking at it next year and seeing if there's any potential to do it. And we're also looking at the possibility of the night owl service. It's a much smaller number of riders per year. Both systems operate a late night owl service on Friday and Saturday nights. BT will be adding the night owl numbers from IU into the formula to see if that helps us any. I don't think it's going to, given it's such a small number, but we're going to do our due diligence to see if that will help us. So to answer your question, don't foresee it in 2018, but we haven't given up on it for possible future years.
Okay, thank you.
Councilmember Sandberg.
One of the concerns that, of course, I have, and we've talked about this before, as someone who's been working with the whole issue of affordable living in Bloomington, transportation comes up time and time again. It's the missing link for a lot of people of low incomes trying to get to doctor appointments, trying to get to jobs that may be in the late night shifts, Sunday transportation. So as I was hearing your presentation and hearing about all the lost funds like the JARC that will kind of put an end to some late night routes, the funds that help seed the new transit center. And then we think about this local option income tax possibility. If that were to happen, and I know it's a big if because we've got some barriers at Ways and Means, could you see it conceivably happen with that funding? I mean, obviously you've got operational costs and bus replacements and all that. Could that help expand into Sunday service and late night service? Should we get that?
Yeah, very definitely. You know, 3 primary areas where there's gaps in services for BT. Sunday service, as you mentioned, is one of those. During the IU school year, we only have 2 routes that run on Sunday, and during the summer break, we only have 1 route that runs on Sundays. So there's a definite need there. It's about a $300,000 plus price tag on Sunday service there, but it's high on the list of our priorities, especially if this Monroe County Lit were to happen. But there's a couple of other important areas that are gaps in service that we need to consider. Frequency of service. We have a number of routes that are continuing to operate with just 60-minute frequencies. And ideally, we want to have at least a 30-minute frequency there on these routes. So that certainly would be an important priority for us with any new funding that we might get from a LIT. And then secondly, geographic coverage of the system. There are areas inside the city where there really is no fixed route transit service. A couple that come to mind are the Tap Road corridor there. Now, granted, that corridor still has to fully develop out. There's a lot of vacant land there that hasn't been developed, but I anticipate over time, especially with the opening of I-69, you're probably going to see that corridor develop out. And there's been some demand for service in that corridor, and so that's an example of a place that potentially could be served if we had expanded funding. A couple of others that come to mind are the North Walnut, north of the bypass. There's a small section that's within the city there. There are some low-income housing developments on North Walnut, north of the bypass there. Over the years, we've had requests for service there and just haven't been able to meet those. Another area, I remember Council Member Rollo mentioned this last year, was the Hyde Park area that really there's no significant service other than service on Sayre Road there. And so that potentially is an area that that might be looked at for service expansion.
And just last follow-up question to this. I know Senator Stoops has been working on this. I mean, how close are we to getting that Ways and Means Committee to consider a local income tax?
Well, I really think we're going to have to convince our local legislators in the House to support this. So you know who those are?
Yes, we do.
And as you come into contact with them, encourage them, talk about the need of service, how it can help the community in terms of access to jobs and education and medical appointments, shopping, whatever. And that's where it starts. I think it's going to be very difficult to get a hearing until we get the support of our own local legislators.
Thank you.
Continuing with questions. Any takers? I'm going to take a question or two maybe, and I'll come back to you, Isabel. The Transit Center, how is it working?
It's been a great improvement for BT. It opened in August of 2014, so we're now 3 years in the facility. Wonderful improvement to passenger amenities at the facility. Still looks great. If you haven't been down there, stop in and see it. I hear people singing its praises all the time, and it's, again, just been a wonderful improvement and a great decision that I think we made as a community.
Any security concerns?
No, not really. And we were a little concerned with the issues that were happening on Kirkwood and how that potentially could affect us. But before we even opened the Downtown Transit Center, our board and staff developed a code of conduct for our customers and passengers down there and what those expectations are for people. One of them is if you're going to be at the Downtown Transit Center, you have to be there to ride a bus, basically, and you can't be there for just to hang out, basically. So our staff has done a good job at enforcing that code of conduct, and we've really not had any major issues. It was a major issue for us when we were at 4th and Washington many years ago there, and we were calling the police almost on a daily basis to deal with various conduct issues, but not anymore.
Good.
It also helps, I think, we've got an extensive surveillance camera system at the Downtown Transit Center there, and those have a way of discouraging misbehavior.
Okay, great. Bus shelters, are we making improvements in implementing?
Yeah, we have. We have 72 shelters and the whole system now. In the 2017 budget, we do have a line item to add, I think, an additional 6 or 7 shelters, and we hope to do that. There are some interesting, we've just recently been putting together our federal grant application for 2017, and we had shelters included for the first time. And our funding agency, Federal Transit Administration, has said, hang on, before you put these shelters in, you know, you're going to have to do a historical assessment to determine what impact that a transit shelter might have on any historically significant properties that are on the National Register of Historic Places. So we are going to have to do some assessment to determine if our shelters have a negative impact. I don't think we will find any, but it is an extra hoop that we will have to jump through in the future, potentially.
Interesting. Okay, Councilmember Piedmont Smith? Like to continue?
Yes. Where is your budget, your salary budgeted? Is that in general fund, professional services? Are you not even paid by us? What?
Well, it is in professional services. I think most of you know, but maybe not. I'm not an employee of Bloomington Public Transportation. I work for a private transit management company and always have. And historically, our board has contracted going back to 1985 with a transit management company to provide a professional transit manager to manage the system. So the transit system, the Transit Corporation has a contract with my company, and so the cost of my wages and benefits appears in the services category as part of that contract.
Yeah, I knew that. That's why I asked the question. And is that a year-by-year negotiated contract or a long-term contract?
I think we're currently in a 3-year, I think we're in the middle of a 3-year, well, actually, we're ending the first year of a 3-year contract. So we have 2 more years to go. And I think there are 2 one-year options in that contract as well.
And it's the board, the BT board that negotiates that with your company?
It is.
Okay.
They handle the procurement of that.
So as far as, you said that you have some potential for solar electricity generation at the Grimes facility. So you're not part of the solar project that we're
not
funding this year?
Yeah, we're not.
Okay.
But the city's interest has certainly piqued our interest in it. Just as I look around our facility at Grimes Lane, I see these, what I guess would be several acres of rooftops there, very large expanses of rooftops there. It's very easy to see from an aerial photo of our Grimes Lane facility there, and so it just kind of screams, the potential for solar energy capture there, especially on our south-facing roof on the administration building there. Our bus parking canopy is east-west facing, but I think there's ways to handle that. My neighbor recently put solar panels on his house, and he's certainly speaking the joys of being a solar energy user and provider, and in following what the city is doing with solar, it certainly has piqued our interest, and so we want to look at it and see what the possibilities are for the future. Yeah.
We'll try to do it fast before the state of Indiana.
I don't know if we can
limits
do
any
it that
benefits.
fast, but we've got federal funding hoops to jump through and procurement procedures, but I'm hopeful that the law can be reverted back to the way it was, maybe with a new administration at some point in the future, or with a change in sentiment at the General Assembly.
We can always hope.
That's right.
I have 2 more questions, but should I wait?
Let's tag team. I'll do a couple now.
Okay.
Because I want to follow up. So if is a potential, the potential is there to capture solar energy and charge electric buses. So you could be autonomous in terms of your energy.
Yeah, great idea.
It would be a great dream. I hope it comes through. I wondered about the fuel efficiency of the conventional buses that you've acquired. Are they more fuel efficient, or are they about the same as the previous?
There's been quite a bit of advancement in diesel technology in the last 20 years, and so diesel fuel efficiency has improved markedly compared to, say, just 10 years ago. Hybrid, of course, technology, about almost 25% of our fleet is hybrid, and we've seen about a 25 to 30% better fuel efficiency with our hybrid vehicles. Now, of course, there's a premium cost that go with hybrid vehicles. They're about $200,000 more than a regular diesel bus. And the studies that have been done on hybrid buses indicate that diesel fuel needs to average about $4 a gallon to get a payback over the life of the bus. That hasn't been the case in the last 10 years since we bought our first hybrid buses in 2006. However, there are some other sort of intangible benefits that go with hybrid. It's a little harder to peg the cost benefit of them, but they don't put out as many emissions as a regular diesel bus, so you have cleaner air in your community that enhances the quality of life in your community, and certainly there's, I think, a price tag that could be put on that. And then they generate less noise than a regular diesel bus, so they're quieter. That too contributes to improvements in quality of life in a community. Difficult to measure that in terms of cost, but it's a benefit that has come with that technology.
Okay, great. Councilmember Piedmont Smith.
Yeah, I noticed a 74% increase in transfers from operating reserves in your list of revenues. Could you speak to that, please?
Yeah, the transfer from operating reserve line item in our revenue budget is really a budget balancing measure. When we don't have enough revenues from other sources, then we use our reserves to balance the budget there. And reserves are used for a number of different reasons. One, they're providing the local match for all of our federal grants. Typically, when we buy a bus, we're using federal money at 80% federal and 20% local. So that 20% local is coming out of our reserves to match the grants that we get for bus acquisition, as well as for federally funded equipment such as surveillance cameras there. Then the reserves also serve as a cushion to help. We have a lag in the time that our tax monies and our grant monies are received. Sometimes that can be 6 months or more from the start of the year. As you're waiting on your tax monies or as you're waiting on your grant monies, you know, you're still incurring costs. You need to make payroll. You need to pay your bills. So having those reserves helps us to do that. Other things that the reserves help us to do, and we've got, right now we're sitting on about $5.8 million, is that right? Or $5.8 million in total reserves. There's other things that helps us with. Fuel, as I mentioned, is a volatile commodity. Health insurance can be a volatile cost item in a budget from year to year. So having these reserves that we have help to provide a cushion or a hedge against those big price increases that you can have.
So are the reserves continually built up, or is this pot of money, which I'm glad to hear is a good size, is that going to eventually just decrease and go away?
In my 18 years at Bloomington Transit, we've always had very healthy reserves. We're at a pretty high level right now, but they do ebb and flow. We used a lot of our reserves to match the grants to build the downtown transit center 3 years ago. And so our reserves shrank shortly after that project was completed and reached lower levels than they are now. But, you know, we don't have a cum cap fund like some cities or other public entities might have. So our reserves serve as that cum cap fund for capital projects.
So, I mean, where do they come from? Is this like reversions?
It's a combination of all the revenue sources that we have at Bloomington Transit. So, you know, if we have a budget of $9.8 million and we only spend $9.6 million at the end of the year, then you have $200,000 that goes into your reserves.
Okay.
Basically, they're your cash balance.
Okay. And then I just have one quick question about your advertising budget. You have a 75% increase expected in sales of advertising.
Yeah, it is. Last year, last May, we contracted with a new advertising firm who has done a much better job at selling and promoting the sale of advertising, and we're reaping additional revenues, almost double the amount that we had previously. So that's a good thing.
Great, thank you.
Thank you. I just had a quick follow-up. I was going to ask about reserves as well. Is the rainy day fund and the operating reserve total $5.8 million? Is that right?
Is that right? I'm sorry. Oh, that's separate from the 5.8. Yeah, we have rainy day fund of about $125,000 approximately. That's a special fund that was created last year, I believe. Some of the funding that there was a windfall in, was it? Okay, that additional state money that came, and it was earmarked. It had to go into a rainy day fund. So it was the first time that we had a rainy day fund, but that's in addition to the reserves that we have.
Okay, I see. Thank you. Any other council questions? Okay, seeing none, we'll go to public. Yes, please step forward and state your name. This is comment on the public transit budget.
Hi, I'm Jean Kapler, and I'll keep this quick because it's getting late. First, I just wanted to say thank you to Bloomington Transit for doing such a good job with never quite enough money to do it. I think you provide a very good quality service. And as Councilmember Sandberg pointed out, public transit is really the way that our most vulnerable citizens can access and participate in our community. So low-income people, people with disabilities. And so that brings me to one suggestion that I hope can be considered. at some point, and that is particularly with BT Access routes in the summer. Sunday service is reduced in certain sections of town, and that has a very real impact. I know somebody who relies on BT Access to be able to go to church. And in the summer, she can't go to church because she's in that area that drops out for BT Access when Route 9 drops out. So that has a huge impact for someone who doesn't get to access the community as much as a lot of other folks. So if there is any way to at least free up enough money to keep those routes running over the BT Access service over the summer, that would make a tremendous difference, especially for, like, this includes an area that is a retirement and assisted living community, and, you know, they would use BT Access a little more. And then finally, I just want to make an offer to help out, because if there are local legislators that need to be convinced of the value of public transit and that we need a local option income tax increase to be able to do that, I am happy to mobilize people to let them know and tell their stories. So give me a list and we'll get started. Thank you.
Thank you for your comment.
Good luck.
I'm going to gavel you. Other public comment? Seeing none, we're back to council for final comments. Yes, so any eager, Councilmember Sandberg.
First, because it addresses Ms. Kapler's
please.
question, if I may.
Yes.
So I thank her, Ms. Kapler, very much for bringing this to my attention a few days ago about the BT Access service limitations in the summer. And I did email Mr. May about this issue. And he did explain to me that the BT Access service, Sunday service, is limited to the areas which are within 3/4 of a mile of the buses that actually, the regular routes that actually run on Sundays, which during the school year are 6 and 9, and in the summer are only Route 6. So I feel very strongly that we should be offering BT Access service to people within 3/4 of a mile of all routes in the summer and all throughout the year, as a commitment to people with disabilities in our community who, need to get around Sundays just like any other day. So I will be sending a memo to the board for their consideration, and I hope that we can add that into the budget. I'm not sure if we're limited with the BT budget the same way we are with the city, where we can't increase, we can only decrease. Are we? Okay, so anyway, I'll be speaking with Mr. May and seeing how we can do that, because I think that's a really important service to maintain on Sundays. Other than that, I'm very proud of Bloomington Transit. I use it whenever I can't ride my bike. When I'm pretty wimpy, so that's like when it gets below 40 degrees, I start taking the bus. So it's a great service, and I'm happy to support the budget in other ways, but I will abstain just because of that one issue. Thank you.
Thank you, Councilmember Sandberg.
Thank you. Mr. May, you always do a great presentation. I want to thank you for that. I'm certainly in support of your budget. Wish we could do more, again, for some of the more vulnerable populations that I'm certainly in touch with. But last but not least, I want to thank your controller, Ms. Browning. She sits here very patiently every year, and we want to thank you for all your excellent work and helping Mr. May do such an excellent presentation. Thank you.
Thank you. Further comment from council? Okay, seeing none, thank you for your extraordinary work. It's very appreciated. Okay, any recommendation?
Second.
Okay, we'll start on my right. Councilmember
Yes.
Sterone?
Yes.
Yes.
Yes?
Pass.
Pass.
Yes.
602. Thank you. Okay, our last item is utilities budget. Presenting, I believe, will be the Director, Vic Kelson.
Good evening, Council. Thank you for the opportunity to talk to you tonight about our proposed 2018 budget. Okay, good. I have a group of our staff here, Deputy Director John Langley, who told me today that this is his 41st City of Bloomington budget hearing. Our Assistant Director for Finance, Efrat Pfefferman, our Assistant Director for Transmission and Distribution, Tom Axum, and our Assistant Director for Engineering, Brad Schrader. Also, our Public Information Officer, John Callahan, and our Administrative Assistant to the Director, Holly McLaughlin, are all here. Efrat and Holly did the lion's share of the work on the presentation tonight, and of course, Efrat's been working with the Controller's Office on all of the numbers in here. So they've done the lion's share. As Lou said a moment ago about the transit budget, I'm just here to present it. Why we exist: City of Bloomington Utilities efficiently delivers safe and reliable drinking water to Bloomington and Monroe County, and we protect our environment and property through effective wastewater treatment and stormwater management. We have 3 utilities that we operate: the drinking water utility, the sewer or wastewater utility, and our stormwater utility. Our waterworks is about $138 million in assets. We have the Monroe Water Treatment Plant, which will celebrate its 50th anniversary this fall. We have 7 booster stations and 7 storage tanks, about 420 miles of water pipes, and 3,000 plus fire hydrants. About 1/5 of our water pipes are more than 75 years old. Our sewer works, we have 2 wastewater plants: the Blucher Pool plant in the northern basin along Bottom Road, our Dillman Road wastewater treatment plant, which serves the southern basin south of the water divide, the east and west fork of the White River water divide. We have a little over 300 miles of sewer pipes, 8,000 manholes and 46 lift stations around the system. And our stormwater utility has about $18 million in assets. That's about 17 miles of ditches and 4 miles of box culverts and 84 miles of stormwater pipes. So there's a sizable amount of physical assets out there that we use to serve the community. We also have 175 staff members in all of our divisions: administration, engineering, transmission, distribution, and finance. About 100 of our employees are union employees, mostly in the plants and transmission distribution. Oops. Did I go too far? Okay. I wanted to update a little bit on our 2017 budget goal. Last year, we came here a number of times because we did a rate case both for the sewer utility and the drinking water utility. Those 2 rate increases were approved by council last summer. The sewer rate increase went into effect on January 1st. The water rate increase went into effect just at the end of June. It had to go through the IURC process. That went smoothly as we went through that process, but it did add additional time. So what you're going to see, which may be surprising, is you won't see much of an increase on the sewer side in the total budget, but you'll see a big jump on the water side. Last year, it was exactly the opposite. We saw the sewer increase in 17, but we didn't see the water increase. So the 17 goals, we had a pretty ambitious list of goals for things we were trying to do. The first part was, of course, the water quality issues, especially disinfection byproducts. Right now, the disinfection byproduct standards are based on annual averages of concentrations for the 2 major classes of disinfection byproducts at each of the points in our distribution system. If you look overall right now for both classes of contaminants, we are at approximately the lowest levels we've ever measured on an annual average over the system. We're running about half of the maximum contaminant level at all of our stations. So that's certainly an improvement over where the current concerns we had earlier. And what we're doing now is working on the next round of improvements, which will be a little bit harder to achieve through advanced coagulation and other technologies. So we're starting to deploy some new equipment for the purpose of improving water quality further. Just today, we completed the startup for low service pump number 4, the variable drive. I mentioned it last year. That variable drive had been out of service for quite a while. It's a big project to install something like that, and today it went into service. We've also done some improvements in our ability to handle residuals and sludge at the plant, which has allowed us to clean basins more frequently in terms of, in order to control the growth of algae in our basins. We've also added a new drying bed, which was actually built by our T&D crews. We are continuing the development of a model of our distribution system that will allow us to do modeling simulations of water age in the system for distribution system water quality. We've also continued to have roundtable discussions with representatives from Indiana University and other stakeholders to talk about the water quality improvement process. So that's been going on for basically since early last summer. Our second goal was to improve public communication and transparency. We've been using our customer bill to communicate information about our rates and other things that we're working on. We continue to issue press releases in the event of boil orders and storms, sanitary sewer overflows and so forth. We have been continuing to issue monthly press releases regarding the DBP, disinfection byproduct concentrations. We've done a lot of, we've continued to have quarterly meetings with our wholesale customers, and we've trained our 4 control operators in the use of the Everbridge system for the Monroe County Alert System. So when there's a sanitary sewer overflow or other kinds of things that might occur that might affect people's lives, if you're in the Monroe County system, you'll get an alert. We also have increased the number of data sets we have on the BeClear site, and finally completed the project to improve the AV system in our boardroom, so that our meetings have been much more effective since then. Oops. Okay. We continue to reduce energy usage. Our landscaping at the service center is a certified wildlife habitat with native and pollinator plants, and we have a bird bath, and we hand weed without chemical treatment. We installed permeable pavers to replace the degraded permeable concrete that had been there before. And we've been working this year on the guaranteed savings contract approach to look at things like anaerobic digesters, solar panels, HVAC improvements, and other process improvements in our system. We are working to reduce the number of sanitary sewer overflows. The big effort there has been the South Central Interceptor project, which is currently under construction in the Switchyard Park area. We are expecting to be out of the Switchyard Park footprint by the end of the year, and the rest of the project would be completed by the end of the third quarter next year. One of the things we've also done with an eye toward improving, reducing the number of sanitary sewer overflows is, as we've been working with IU Health on the design of a sewer to move their waste into our system, we're looking at rerouting flow from one of the large east side lift stations to Blucher Pool, and also picking up the hospital that way. By doing that, we will take about 2 million gallons per day of stormwater flow out of the College Mall interceptor, which is our second most important source of overflows. And of course, we continue to work, you've read it in the paper, we continue to work on getting grease out of our system. Grease is a major cause of sewer overflows. We regulate industrial and commercial discharges to our sewer. Last year, Council approved the addition of an inspector position or a pretreatment program. We are still working on getting that hired. Our sewer use ordinance we've made some recommended language changes. That's at EPA for review right now. After EPA approves it, it would have to come to the council for approval, and we hope that will happen sometime in the fall or winter. The other thing that's new is the federal rules for amalgam, dental amalgam, went into effect a couple of months ago. That process, what that requires is an amalgam separator on every dentist chair. Or if you have all the chairs plumbed together, it could be one for the whole facility. Dental amalgam has been found to be the largest source of mercury to wastewater treatment plants. So that program is an EPA program that just was brought into effect, and we're going to be working on bringing rules to deal with that. We've begun planning for our advanced metering initiative. We've been doing some pilot projects and looking for partnership opportunities. Our team has been holding a series of meetings through the year, and we're working now with the GSC consultant to possibly do it through through that program. The main reason for doing that would be to accelerate the implementation substantially. We would be able to do it through the guaranteed savings contract. We wouldn't have to, otherwise our plan is to cash fund it over several years. And of course, we continue to focus on customer service. We now have, it's now possible to do nearly all your business with the utilities electronically. And we increased the customer service program from $35,000 to $40,000 this year. We've had about 80% participation in that. For 2018, our goals are pretty ambitious again, but the first thing that we want to talk about is personnel safety. Personnel and worksite safety is our highest priority. We have spent a lot of time trying to improve our safety performance, and we've basically the injuries, the workforce injuries, are categorized as either injuries where the injured person waived treatment or where they received treatment. In 2015, we had 31 total incidents. Last year, we had it down to 22, and as of June 30th, it was 6. We had 1 treated injury as of June 30th this year. This is the result of hard work by our operations and T&D leadership, and our employees have really risen to the occasion and taken care of one another on the job. They do a lot of very dangerous work out in the field, and this is the only way to do it is for everyone to be working together on it. Again, in 2018, we will continue our excellent customer service. Again, we're going to enhance their assistance program to support customers in times of need, maintaining that will be our ability to help households that are experiencing economic emergencies. That's about 120 to 150 households each year participate. We increased it this year. We do make referrals to other community resources. We're also working on a similar program, the sanitation trash tag initiative will be merging with our program when we merge the bills for sanitation and our water bills. We're, of course, working to maintain and improve our water quality. As I mentioned a moment ago, we are embarking now on further improvements in the way we treat the water in order to manage organic constituents in the distribution system, and also to reduce disinfection byproducts. The red boxes are show the results of what we've been able to do over the past year or so. The model representation map on the left is an illustration of what our distribution system model will allow us to do. It will allow us to simulate water flow through our system and the age of the water that reaches all the significant water mains. Is that 6 inches and up, Brad, or 8? 6 inches and up. So we can model all our water mains down to 6 inches. We're also going to be continuing to replace end-of-life condition equipment in the water plant, and we're working throughout the CBU system to improve our SCADA systems, our data collection and historian systems. As I mentioned a moment ago, advanced metering is a high priority for us. We're going to attempt to execute as much of this program as we can in 2018 and 19. Whether we do it through the guaranteed savings approach or whether we do it by cash funding it, we will be moving as quickly as we can to get this implemented. Advanced metering will allow our customers to have better information about their water use when they're trying to consider improvements to their homes for conservation purposes, but it also lets us look for leaks and things like that. We'll be able to determine if the water use to your home abnormally spiked up, and then we can let you know that you might have a leak in your home, or if we can't reach you, we can take steps to try to head those problems off. Situations where customers have leaks causes them a lot of heartache because they get a larger bill, but it also can lead to situations where they have to petition us for a refund. And so we're trying, all of those water leaks reduce the efficiency of our system. They lead to water that gets treated but doesn't get used, but they also cause economic hassles for everyone. Well, as I mentioned, we continue to reduce sanitary sewer overflows. The most important project we're doing right now on that end is the South Central Interceptor. The picture here is a picture of them actually laying a piece of that pipe for the interceptor. They're large concrete pipes. I spoke with Brad about this yesterday. He would be happy to take any of you on tours to see what's going on down there if you're interested. So if you'd like to go down and take a look at the work that's being done, we will be more than happy to organize a tour and take you down there to see what's going on. But we also will continue to work aggressively on our grease program, cleaning lift stations, and also working on the rerouting of flow on the east side to try and reduce overflows on the College Mall interceptor. Last year, one of our big initiatives in the water rate case was the water main replacement program. The water main replacement program is oriented towards replacing the pipes that cause us the most problems. In some cases, that's the really old pipe, but in some cases, it's newer pipe that either because of soil conditions or because of the quality of the pipe, it turns out that it sort of has a vintage like wine. So there's periods of time when the pipe just doesn't seem to be of as high quality. What the photograph here is the very first piece of pipe for the water main replacement program that was laid just a couple of weeks ago. This was made possible by the rate case. It was made possible by the council's budgeting for it, and then we were able to jumpstart the program a little bit this year by including some cash funding for it this year in the bond that paid for the Fullerton Pike project. So we're underway. That's actually on Nancy Street south of Hillside, and Clifton is next. We continue to reduce energy usage. We are pursuing a project to improve the aeration in our wastewater treatment plants. The largest energy consumer in Monroe County, electric energy consumer in Monroe County, is the Dillman Road wastewater treatment plant, and its most important use of electricity is for injecting air, blowing bubbles in the aeration basin. So anything we can do to make that process more efficient will save electricity, and we're working right now through the GSC process on an improved aeration program that will do automated control of dissolved oxygen in the basins to try and conserve energy. We're also pursuing solar panels pretty aggressively. We have an ambitious set of arrays planned for all three of our plants. So there's a lot of land that if you drive by now, you'll see green fields, but in the next 6 months, you'll see solar panels, which for my part means less grass that gets mowed, and that makes me happy. The Monroe treatment plant, it'll be primarily between the road and the plant. At the Blucher Pool plant, we have a large area that was formerly used a different way that we're going to reuse. And then at Dillman Road, there's just a lot of land that we can use for solar. Altogether, the numbers I've heard are pushing 2 megawatts for our plants. Also, we have a new roof on our garage, our garage faces the right way, so we're going to be looking at putting them on the garage and the service center, and we're looking at a couple of our tanks. So it's an aggressive program. One thing about our plants, the installation of solar at our plants is not really affected by the net metering law because we use so much more electricity than we'll ever generate there. We're also working on the sanitation modernization program. We've been working with the sanitation department on merging the billing systems, and that effort has been going on through the year. You always come up with things that you didn't expect. And after the budget hearings last year, one of the things that came up was an issue with IDEM has identified that our Dillman Road plant is now over 90% of its rated capacity on average through the year. What that means is IDEM expects us to be making plans for increasing capacity of the plant. Right now we've sent some, we've done an initial study and sent it to IDEM, and right now we're expecting to talk with them soon about how we might proceed. Altogether, that could cost about $10 million just based on improvements to the current plant, which is actually pretty affordable when you look at a facility this size. At Blucher Pool, as we start moving more water from the east side up to Blucher Pool and pick up the hospital, there's been a long-term desire to have an equalization basin at the Blucher Pool plant. That's similar to the large basin that you see on 37 that's at the Dillman Road plant. What that basin does is it gives us a place to put water when we get more water because of a storm, when we get more water than we can push through the plant. That equalization basin has been on the radar for about a decade or more, but we believe that we should move forward with it over the next 3 or 4 years as we start bringing some of the east side flows up to the north plant. Sorry. I'm not good at this thing, Jeff. Keep practicing. Proactive stormwater management. The other big surprise this year was the situation with the Jordan River culvert at 3rd and Lincoln when we had to close 3rd Street to do a temporary fix. That fix is expected to last about 5 years. We do still have to complete we're calling it colloquially Big Dig 2 as we're going through. It's basically from 2nd and Washington up to the end of the original Big Dig. That project will probably cost on the order of $11 million. And currently, we also have a couple of other culverts that we should be looking at in a similar way that are much smaller projects. Right now, our current stormwater rate cannot support those projects. We have one of the lowest stormwater rates in the state for communities that have stormwater rates. So if we're going to pursue those projects over the next few years, we will be likely looking into a rate increase for stormwater. And that leads me to the point of scheduled rate reviews. I mentioned a moment ago, we may be pursuing some significant projects at the wastewater plants and the stormwater rate, and we're considering a program whereby we would look at the rate for sewer and stormwater in 2018, and then look only at the water rate in 2020, and then in 22 we do sewer and storm, and then in 24 we do water. So you wouldn't do one big jump every 4 or 5 years. Council asked us to look at this every 4 years. We're thinking that it might be wise for us to consider a program where we stagger those rate changes over every 2 years, taking on some components of the system. that would allow the jumps to be much less, there'd be a lot less rate shock, basically, for our customers. Now we'll go over our budget highlights. We have 3 separate funds for water, sewer, and stormwater. For both, this is both for accounting and for planning purposes. This is the revenue distribution. There are a lot of pie charts here. This is our revenue distribution for the 2018 budget. About nearly 3/4 of that is metered sales. That's the customers that have meters. Fire protection charges are another big chunk, and wholesale customers, that's all of the small utilities that buy our water and then sell it on to their customers, are about 14%. There's also several smaller slices in the pie. Expenses, this pie is chopped into a lot of tiny slices, so we've combined them into components. The first one is just staffing, is about 27%. Capital costs, that's both for debt service and for out-of-pocket capital expenditures, is about 49%. And then operating costs are 22%. And that's all the chemicals and power and those sorts of things. Something I should have mentioned a moment ago is that in the utilities, we do not, our budget is not managed the way it is for the other city departments. What we do is we budget all the anticipated revenue. Some of that is for personnel, some is for supplies, some is for services, some is debt service, and then whatever's left after those firmer numbers is left over for out-of-pocket capital costs or extension replacements money. What happens is if we increase or decrease any of the lines in the other categories, the ENR extension replacement number goes up or down, so the net total nets out to 0. The big highlights here, personnel requests are increased about 0.8%. This is only for the water utility. This is based on the 2% salary increase for non-union staff. We do have a position under consideration, and that is the addition of an engineering technician. This would be to facilitate projects at our treatment plants. This position would be 40% paid for from water and 60% from sewer. Supplies are increased about 5.7%. This is both chemicals and other supplies. We have a few important points in there that have significant changes. One is inspection activities and increased maintenance in our facilities. We've really been working hard to replace end-of-life equipment and do other important maintenance activities in our plants. We're also anticipating additional metering supplies that we're going to need as part of the advanced metering initiative. On category 3 for other services and charges, there's a big increase for cell phone charges, but a decrease in our pagers because we're gradually getting rid of the pagers. We are working to achieve the 1% budget number, for 1% of salary for training, and there will be increases in our training budget on the water side. For contract services accounting, there's a big decrease because we didn't do any rate case. We're not planning to do rate cases like we have the last couple of years, or floating any or selling any bonds. Transportation, we over budgeted in the past few years. We won't be spending any money at the Indiana Utility Regulatory Commission, and we continue to have uncollectible accounts that continue to increase. So this is the number that's in there is the average of the past 3 years. I should mention that the last item here is related to asset management. Right now, we don't have a comprehensive asset management program in the utilities, and our engineering group is working on that, and we have had to budget for that this year. Our capital outlays are about $4 million, which is an increase of $2.7 million. That's the rate increase going into effect, and that rate increase will make it possible for us to undertake a lot of activities, both for water quality, improving our distribution system and replacing a lot of aging equipment. On the wastewater side, almost all of the money comes in from meter sales, though there are a few smaller slices related to connection fees and other sources of income. Our expenses, again, are chopped into a lot of tiny slices, but if we lump them together, the staff is around 32%, the operating costs are 20%, and then the total capital, that's both for debt service and out-of-pocket, is around 48% of the budget. So for both water and wastewater, about half of the money is spent on capital needs and about a quarter or a third on personnel. Budget highlights here, about 2.7% increase. This is the 2% increase for non-union staff. We're also looking at two positions here. One is the engineering technician I mentioned a moment ago. That position is split over both sides. But the last one is the restoration of the superintendent position at Blucher Pool. Some years ago, when the previous superintendent was not replaced in order to save money, as I mentioned, we have important capital projects going on in both our wastewater plants. We're going to be pursuing expansion projects in both of those wastewater plants, and it just isn't reasonable for us to have one superintendent traveling back and forth, especially now that the I-69 project has made it a lot harder to get from one plant to the other. So it's really important, I think, for us to have a leader on site who's leading the operations at Blucher Pool and helping us modernize that whole operation. So we've requested the restoration of that position. The current plant manager would continue on as the maintenance coordinator as he was previously. In Category 2, it's an increase of about 10%. Some of that is for chemicals, but there's also some other items in here as well. Some of the computer needs are related to the SCADA initiative. On the other services and charges, we anticipate a 17% increase in power. That's not because we expect to use 17% more power. What happened was that we were getting a break on power from the REMC for a number of years, and Frot can explain it in more detail, but that has gone away. So we're now not going to have that. We don't expect to have the big jump again next year. The only plant, by the way, that's served by the REMC is Blucher Pool. Again, we don't have the contract services accounting because all the rate processes are over, but we do have some money in there for looking at the potential change in the sewer rate. Oops. Our capital outlays, that request has gone from up to $5.2 million, which is about a $600,000 increase. So again, we didn't have the big rate increase. But now that we've retired the 2012B sewer bonds, and there won't be any payment on principal on the 2017 sewer bonds until 2019, we will have a temporary reduction in our debt service. That turns into a slight increase in our funds available for ENR. And then finally, the stormwater utility. Virtually all the money comes in from the stormwater fees on the revenue side. On the expenses side, again, it's about 44% for staff in the stormwater program, about 38% for capital, and the rest is about 18%. There are only a few staff members that are supported by this program, both in engineering and also one of the crews in T&D. The personnel request is an increase of 7.2%. That's both the 2% increase and...
That's really it. The position budgeting module kind of does its calculations based on a snapshot in time.
Okay, yeah. It's the way that the software calculated calculated that increase. Our supplies increase is about a 4.2%. again, that's based on the 5% increase for most materials and supplies. And then the category 3, again, we're going to be spending a little bit more money on training to try and get to the 1% of salary for training. We have added $40,000 for a rate review in anticipation of looking at the stormwater rate next year. And we are trying to improve the advertising and public information for the MS4 program. That's the stormwater public information effort. Capital outlays, there's a decrease of about $95,000. This is because we've had to increase the other categories this year. This is the overall budget summary for water. I apologize for the size of the font. The 2016 budget for water totaled about or for 2017 totaled about $10 million. The 2018 number that we've put forward is 13.2. That's about a 28% change, and that reflects predominantly the rate increase. On the wastewater fund, we're talking about an increase from about $17 million to about $18.4. That's about a $1.3 million change. That's about 8%. And for stormwater, it's an increase from about $1.51 million to about $1.52 million. So it's just a few $1,000s. The sinking fund budget is reduced from $6.4 million down to $5.1 million. That's about a 20% reduction, and that reflects the retirement of the 2012B bonds. And then the water sinking fund increases by about $143,000, and that's related to the current. Yeah, it's interest only on the bond that we just sold. That's the end of the formal presentation. I'm happy to answer any questions, and thank you for your time.
Thank you, Mr. Kelson. Questions from council? Who would like to begin? Councilmember Granger.
Thank you. In our notes, it says, please see attached project list for details. I guess this is for the replacement program, for the capital outlays in the water.
The CIP is in the book.
And I didn't see an attached project list. No? Okay.
I apologize, it's not in the book. But we have a published capital improvement plan. We can get that to you.
Would you? I'm sure we've seen it before, but it's probably updated, and you refer to it a number of times within the...
Yeah, we'll make sure everyone gets a copy of it.
Perfect, thank you.
I apologize for that.
Okay, other questions? Councilmember Granger, please.
And you keep talking about end of life in the water plant, or end of life equipment in the water plants, and what are we talking about here?
Well,
I know it's like dead in the water, so to speak, but what pipes? I'm just trying to figure that out.
Well, a lot of it is equipment like pumps and valves and things like that. So, for example, we have pumps that we've repaired a number of times. Eventually, you get to the point where you can't just keep repairing it. So, it's like a giant used car, and eventually, you have to just start taking the pieces out and putting new ones in. And a lot of that has been delayed over the past several years because we didn't do a rate increase for 6 years. And now we're working to correct some of those things. But we also have things like our SCADA system, our just data collection and network. Those computers are old, and the software is old, and the controls that it oversees are also getting a little bit more aged. So we're working on improving those, and also bringing new technologies to bear that we haven't been able to up to now.
So is that included in your project list?
Yeah,
those things?
yeah, those
Okay,
kinds of things
perfect.
are in the
Thank you.
project list, yes.
Thank you.
Thank you. Councilmember Peabon Smith?
Yes, so as I understand it, you'd like to create another department called environmental, right?
Yes.
And that would be headed by an assistant director of engineering?
That's a typo in that org chart. It's actually an assistant director for environmental services.
That makes more sense.
Yes, it does. The idea there is we have a position that the incumbent is retiring, and we've been up to now depending on our operations manager to both manage the operations of our operations director does both the plants and also oversees all the environmental programs. Environmental programs and all the regulatory programs become more complicated over time, and we have a lot of important things that are going to be going on in the plants. So we'd like to separate the operations management, environmental management, and make them be two separate boxes on the org chart. Then this will give us a little bit more specialization on the environmental programs, which I think it will need in the future, but it'll also allow us to be more dedicated to the day-to-day operations and the challenges that we're facing as we make improvements in the plant.
Are you looking to promote from within to fill that position?
We will advertise it inside and outside and choose the right candidate.
Okay. I have other questions.
Let's go to Councilmember Sturbaum. We'll come back.
Yeah, I just heard you tell what percentage of the pipes are 75 years or older, but I don't remember what percent. Was it 12?
It's around a fifth, or something like 20%.
And are those the large?
Some of them are, but it's older cast iron pipes. Interestingly, that's not always where you find the most water main breaks and other problems. The water main breaks will often happen on newer pipes, but we do have to do maintenance on the older pipes as well.
Right. Do you just mostly wait till see if they fail, or?
Well, the program we have for water main replacement is actually pretty complicated. What we've done is our engineering group and our transmission distribution group have gone through the records of things like where do we have the most water main breaks, which sections of pipe are most critical to operations, which cause the most disruption when there is a water main break or some other issue, where do we tend to have water quality problems. There's a list of different categories, and each of our sections of our distribution system were scored against these different categories and then prioritized according to their scores.
Right.
So the first two projects that we're doing are the Nancy Street and Clifton Street off of Hillside, and then the Church Lane where we have a lot of main breaks. But that list is also available and would be with the capital projects list. So when we send that, I'll make sure that you get a copy of that as well.
Right. And of course, you coordinate with street repaving and
That's certainly part of the planning scheme. So if there's a major street project going on, we'll be looking at whether the water mains need to be replaced in those areas, because you certainly don't want to tear it up twice.
Right. And is there still lead pipe out there somewhere?
Oh, there's never been lead distribution pipe. There are some lead service lines that serve homes. When we encounter them, we take them out. We have some of the cast iron pipe has lead solder in the joints, but we maintain the pH of the water at a high enough level to encourage the scale deposition.
So the supply is after the meter, is that what you mean?
Well, it's both. We have service lines that go from the main to the meter. Some of those are lead, but very few, because we've been replacing them. When we encounter them, if we're fixing a main break or something, when we encounter them, we replace them.
Right.
The homeowner's supply line is outside of our jurisdiction.
Right.
For
Are those
replacement.
lines pretty much lined by debris and such, so they're not?
Yeah, we
leaching?
maintain the water pH at about 9.2 leaving the plant. That's high enough to encourage the deposition of a carbonate scale inside the pipes that prevents the corrosion of the metals from the pipe.
Right, so it protects the pipes, but it inadvertently protects the customer too.
That's right. And we do have a lead and copper program where we do monitoring through our system. We have to work with our customers to take samples, but that lead and copper program goes on each year, and we're in the middle of a sampling period this year.
If people want to sample their own water, what is the best way to do that?
We'll sample it for them if they contact us. So,
thank you.
If you have a question about that.
Councilmember Piedmont Smith?
Yes, I wanted to come back to the customer assistance program because the billing for the sanitation will now go through CBU in addition to the water, stormwater, and wastewater. Are you increasing the funds for the customer assistance program next year?
It's a little tricky, so I'll have Efrat explain what we're going to do with that.
Hi, Assistant Director of Finance, Efrat Pfefferman. So the sanitation portion would be funded out of their budget. They have a program now, as you know, and so it will change a bit in nature so that it kind of melds with ours and makes it easier on customers to access as well as on us and CAP to administer. But those funds for the sanitation portion will come out of the Public Works budget.
Okay, thank you.
Another question? Sure, go ahead. Wasn't sure.
Mr. Carlson, have you looked into biomass fuel as a possibility at the wastewater treatment plants?
Biomass fuel.
Fuel, like some kind of energy generation through
Actually,
wastewater
we've been looking into the construction of an anaerobic digester. That would be would be a replacement for the aerobic system that we have at the plant now, and this would be a Dillman Road type of project. What happens is you put the sludge from your treatment plant. We could potentially bring it from both plants. You can also put things like fats, oils, and grease that you collect into there. You could also put certain kinds of food waste in there, and then digest it there and generate methane gas that could be used either to generate electricity or it could be used as a vehicle fuel. The challenge with that is that, one of the advantages of it is that it would, in addition to the energy advantages, it would also help us increase the capacity of the plant. That's the good news. The bad news is it's really, really expensive. So we're doing a study right now to get an idea of what it would cost and how long it would take to implement something like that. But at this point, it's looking like a tough mountain to climb right now based just on our needs. But we are investigating that possibility.
Okay, good to hear that.
One of the other challenges, I'll mention this too, one of the other challenges in using something like that is if you want to generate electricity with it, we have a very favorable electrical contract right now. And most of the benefits we would get would be reducing the charge for peaking. But if the cogeneration plant shut down for a short period of time during the month, we'd lose the peaking benefit. So we wouldn't get a lot of benefit on the electrical side. So it looks like a vehicle fuel would be a better option, but that becomes complicated and expensive to implement because we've got to replace a lot of vehicles. You'd have to clean the gas and distribute it. So it becomes an effort that reaches over a lot of different departments and a lot of different programs if you're going to try and implement it.
I don't quite understand what you mean about the peaking benefit, the negotiated rate you have with Duke.
Part of our rate is based on the largest amount of power we take over a billing cycle. So if you cut that peak down, it saves us money. But the peak is measured over a fairly short period of time. So if we lose the ability to reduce the peak for any period of time, it would cost us money. We wouldn't get as much of a benefit.
So is that recalibrated, like every month, what the peak is?
Yeah.
Oh,
Each
okay.
billing cycle. Yeah.
It's not like for the whole year or anything?
No.
I see. I have one more, but I don't know if I should go ahead.
Oh, maybe I'll ask a question, unless there's another pending from someone. I had a question about, Mr. Kelson, about the sanitary sewer overflow. There are two that are most problematic?
Yes.
Right? The one that's being, where the South Central Interceptor Sewer Project is being implemented now. The other one is at College Mall, which I assume then would flow into Jackson Creek when it overflows? Is that right?
I think ultimately that's where it goes, yeah.
Okay. And that is being addressed by the plan so far to route water from Dillman to Blucher.
Right, we would take the water from the Tamaron lift station that currently sends its water down the College Mall Interceptor would go to Blucher Pool instead.
Okay, so my question is, once those two are attended to, are there any others, or is it really just minor problems?
That would address the chronic sites that we have repeatedly every year. We have a significant number of overflows. What we would be left then with, high flow events that might affect other constrictions in the system, and a lot of those would be grease or tree roots. They'd be caused by other things. So we would have to count on, in order to get rid of the more overflows, we would have to do two things. One is continue our grease program and improve it to reduce the amount of plugging of the lines, but also we continue our sewer lining program and do other things to reduce the amount of inflow and infiltration that happen in response to rain events. So if we can cut down those peak flows into the system, that will also help to eliminate overflows. This year, one of the things that wasn't in the presentation is that we are roughly doubling the amount that we're planning to spend on sewer lining. And it's primarily a couple of neighborhoods that have real problems up in the Blucher Pool Basin this year. So we are looking at aggressively addressing the problem of inflow and infiltration into the collection system.
Great, thank you. Councilmember Piedmont Smith?
Yes, you talked about an asset management system that you're developing. So is that going to be the same as used in other parts of the city? I mean, I hope you're not reinventing the wheel with an asset management.
Well, it's kind of still to be determined. We don't have the same kind of equipment that other parts of the city do. So there may be places where there are overlaps, and there may be places where there aren't good overlaps. So if you choose a program or a system, whatever kind of a system you choose, if you choose one that's an attempt to hit sort of the middle so that everybody's running the same software, you may do a better job, say, in Public Works, or a worser job in Public Works. So instead of everybody getting what really suits them, each department getting what really suits them, you could end up in a situation where everyone is getting something that isn't quite right. So that's a decision that has to be made, and we're nowhere close to having that totally worked out yet. We're still doing research on that.
Okay, and I assume the city controller also will be involved in those discussions since he would be familiar with the other programs. Okay.
Yes.
Yes.
Thank you. All right.
Councilmember Volin, did you have a question?
I have a question. Considering that this is John Langley's victory lap and this will be his last budget, can I ask what day in June he'll be retiring next year? You can just pass it on there. Do you know what day it'll be? The last day of June. Last day of June. So just for the record, he will be retiring upon the 200th anniversary of the city of Bloomington. And there's a shot of whiskey in it for him, so. Look for it around Taste of Bloomington. That's, I want to just say thanks to him for his service.
When he's not on the clock. He can have that once he's retired.
There's precedent. I'm just saying there's precedent for it on the clock. I'll leave it at that. Thank you.
Well, we have time to work it out.
You do.
I had a question regarding, well, first, congratulations for significantly reducing the disinfectant byproducts. That was really a concern, and you addressed it, you and your team addressed it, and that's very comforting. I understand that these compounds are very low on a moving average.
Mm-hmm.
Are there spikes that occur? And
There can be, yes.
there can be, and is that dependent upon the intake, the quality intake, water from the lake, I assume? Is that right?
Yes,
The organic compounds.
It's a couple of things. One of and it's actually there's two classes of compounds: the haloacetic acids and the trihalomethanes. So the trihalomethanes tend to be higher in the warm weather months. So August, September, October is when they tend to peak, and it's just chemical reactions run faster when the weather's warm, when the water's warm. And so what we're doing is using a lot less chlorine in order to keep those compounds from forming, but they're still forming because of the temperature. The concentrations are still significantly lower than the MCL, even when they peak in the late fall. Now, what can we do to address that? There's a couple of things. One is anything we can do in terms of chemical coagulation that will help remove organics from the water, then they can't react with the chlorine, so that you reduce the disinfection byproducts. The other thing we can do is look at things like activated carbon. Right now we're doing some experiments in the lab looking at the effectiveness of activated carbon to remove carbon from the water. We're also in the CIP, there's a consideration for the possibility of activated carbon caps for the filters. So that would be another polishing step to remove DBPs that were formed. So these are all things that we can look at. Haloacetic acids tend to form from organic acids that are in the water column. Those tend to peak in the spring. They tend to be associated with turnover. So we monitor for something called UV254 measurement, and it's a measure of those humic acids that can lead to the formation of the HA5 compounds. This year we started trying to oxidize those HA5 compounds by using permanganate at the intake, and the permanganate can oxidize some of those compounds. It's somewhat effective, but the travel time isn't very long between the intake and the plant, so it's not as good as we'd hope it would be. But again, the same activated carbon approaches would still be effective for the HA5. So the spike in HA5 tends to happen February, March, and the high point for the trihalomethanes tends to be in the late summer.
Mm-hmm. I see. So I could summarize what you said by saying that you've significantly reduced these compounds, and the spikes related to spring turnover and high temperature, you're addressing them. You've got a palette of options that you're exploring to address that and to lower it.
That's right. And our goal is to continue to drive those annual averages down, yeah, and to drive the high points down.
Gotcha. Thank you. Other questions from council? Okay, we'll go to the public. Any public remaining at 11 o'clock? There is a few public, but they're satisfied for the moment. Okay, we're back to council for final comment or recommendation. Councilmember Granger.
Thank you. I just want to say, Mr. Kelson, I have such a greater understanding of your department since you took over, and I just wanted to just tell you that I appreciate how you share your information and your understanding. And I'm not saying I understand everything, but I have a better understanding, and I just want to say thank you.
Thank you. I rely on this team that you see here before you. We have an outstanding team.
Yeah,
And
that's-
you know, they do an excellent job of telling me what's going on.
Councilmember Chopra?
Yes, indeed, you used the word that I was going to use, team. It does seem that you have a pretty awesome team. I mean, you've got several people here from your team at this hour supporting the budget, so I just think that's really neat to see. Perhaps you're all faking it, I don't know, but I wouldn't be able to fake that at this hour, so impressive work.
Thank you so much.
Other comment from council? I'm very impressed with the work that you've done, and it's good to know that we have confidence in the quality of our water. It's critically important, and thank you all for your work on that. Recommendation?
Move to pass.
Second.
Okay, very good. We'll start on my left.
Yes.
Yes.
Pass.
Yes.
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 Okay, I believe that's 601. Thank you.
Thank you.
701.
No, 6.
No.
6.
Oh,
We lost.
we lost one.
We lost a council member. And I understand now that it's a minute before 11, we can adjourn this hearing. Thank you.